News Radio's political analyst. We spoke Monday afternoon after President Trump's swearing-in ceremony.
Trump, I think you could see in his inauguration address a more optimistic Trump. The era of decline is over, and talking about sort of a turning things around. America's decline is over, as he said at the top of his speech. The golden age begins now. But I think like the proof is going to be in the pudding, and he's going to, after these executive orders, which are going to deal with border security, energy production, DEI, and equity measures across government, the actual act of governing is going to begin. And some of that is about working with Republicans to pass what's called a reconciliation bill, but it's legislation dealing with some of those major priorities. Energy production, immigration. I think the big priority for Trump in the long term is going to be getting an extension of his 2017 tax cuts. With the House Republicans holding the narrowest of majorities, that's not going to be easy to do. So, a lot of the rhetoric is going to meet reality, and figuring out how to, work with Republicans and maybe even some Democrats to pass legislation through a pretty divided Congress.
During the inaugural address, the president spoke a lot about these domestic goals. You mentioned a few of them there, getting rid of a lot of these DEI initiatives, declaring that there are just two genders as far as the federal government's concerned in policy, renaming some monuments and Mount McKinley and all of that. He didn't spend a lot of time talking about what's happening overseas. You and I have discussed a lot about how in the closing days of the Biden administration, there was an awful lot of close coordination, speaking as one voice, President Biden said, to close this deal in Gaza, the ceasefire and hostage deal. Obviously, there are questions about Ukraine. Do you think it was by design that President Trump didn't mention a lot of those foreign conflicts that he's now inheriting?
Well, look, he said he wanted to pull back from foreign military engagements. He said we'll build the strongest military the world has ever seen, but we're going to measure our success not only by the battles we win, but by the wars we end, and most importantly, the wars we never get into. I mean, this is this has always been part of Trump's rhetoric, part of his difference from a lot of Republicans, but this is the new Republican Party, and it is a more isolationist. It doesn't necessarily believe in getting America involved in defending Ukraine. We'll see what happens in the Middle East. Trump did, before taking office, help strike a major deal that Biden had been working on in terms of getting the Israeli hostages released in exchange for Palestinian terrorists being released and other measures that Israel conceded to. But that Trump does not like to deal with foreign policy. He likes to deal with domestic policy. But look, there are two hot wars taking place in the Middle East and between Russia and Ukraine, and he's not going to be able to avoid them. And it'll be interesting to see whether that rhetoric can actually end up holding once you have to deal with these very significant crises.
Talked a lot about tariffs. That's been a big part of his campaign. He wants to expand tariffs on Chinese imports, on imports from North America, both Mexico and Canada. He is going to set up what he described as an external revenue service to handle those tariffs. How is that going to play with consumers?
Well, I think if you look at the polls, a lot of Americans who voted for Trump may sort of support the tariffs, but also understand that they're not a magic elixir to reduce costs. I think people are pretty realistic about that. The bigger challenge is Trump views tariffs in many ways as sort of a negotiation, a threat to another country, and trying to get some other concession down the road. If the actual tariffs end up taking place at the levels that he's proposed, it could cause some serious economic pain. It should cause prices to go up if they actually do go into implementation. So some countries may be calling Trump's bluff, and this will be sort of a test whether Trump's rhetoric ultimately does end up being translated into policy. We saw a lot, Jared, during the first term that Trump would say a lot of things, and in the end, he didn't end up going through with them.
A lot has been made that the so-called resistance that we saw after President Trump's first election in 2016, his 2017 inauguration, was met with the Women's March, an awful lot of protest around the country. We haven't seen much of that over the last couple of days. And you've seen a willingness from Democrats and business leaders who maybe were not in love with Trump 8 years ago, signal that they want to work with him. Is that because, the public has moved closer to Trump? Is it a factor of just kind of political exhaustion? Is there a sense of populism here? What's behind kind of this more welcomed inauguration for President Trump?
Well, some of it, Jared, is because Trump actually won the popular vote. He actually made inroads with some unlikely voters, like in terms of non-white voters, black voters, Hispanic voters. Trump made some serious inroads. Richie Torres, who's a New York Democrat who might be running for governor, wrote an op-ed this week talking about how stunning it was that a district that he represents in the Bronx that almost voted 100% for Democrats voted, about 30%, 25-30% for Donald Trump in this election. There is something of a shift amongst certain working class voters of color that Trump certainly made a nod to in his inaugural address. So that's going to be the big test, Jared, whether he can govern the way that he campaigned, whether he can actually hold on to that coalition and building support from some unlikely voters, or whether it's going to be hard. And we've seen in many presidencies that the highest point is when you first get elected and you end up draining your as you govern and having to make difficult choices. You end up losing some of those supporters. You have to spend that political capital. So this is Trump's high point. He didn't have a honeymoon in 2016. He has a honeymoon now. His job, the Fox News poll, 50% job approval. That's about as high as it's ever been. But that may be his high point unless he can actually work with Democrats, can get things done, and translate the promises into successful governing policy.
So let me jump off of that, and we'll start with the Democrats. What now is their strategy? Obviously, they are a party in the wilderness, right? They lost the White House. They lost the Senate. They remain the minority party in the House. They are, for all intents and purposes, kind of out of any sort of governing coalition. How do they then become relevant? How do they show any sort of muscle or attract voters in that environment?
Well, it's a good question, Jared. And another question related to that is, who is their leader? Who is their leader?
Right, yeah. Who is the opposition leader? Is it Hakeem Jeffries? Is it Chuck Schumer?
No. I mean, look, Chuck Schumer may never. The way the Senate map is looking for the next few cycles, Chuck Schumer might never be majority leader. I mean, it's going to be hard for Democrats to get back the majority. Hakeem Jeffries may be a very able House minority leader, and he may get the speakership given the way, given the narrow Republican majority. But he's not someone who is a national figure who's going to be running for national office. He's a much more of a creature of the House. Kamala Harris, even though she's talked about running again in 2028. I believe it when I see it because of her track record politically. I think Democrats would be well served to promote folks like John Fetterman. He's not. I doubt he's going to run for president and is going to be a leader per se of the Democratic Party. But his connection to blue collar voters, his willingness to work with Trump. In fact, he visited Mar-a-Lago this past week, trying to have a little bit of diplomacy with the new president. That is the model, I think, for Democrats to win. They need to win over those blue-collar working-class voters. They need to speak to the values of middle-class America. And it may not be Fetterman himself, but look, there are 10 Democrats in the Senate that won states that Donald Trump carried in 2024. That's a lot. So there are going to be a lot of folks worth watching. That is the type of Democrat, a younger, more moderate, and culturally connected to sort of the average American that is going to be, I think, the future of the party. We may not know who it is yet, but there's certainly folks that are going to be contending for that role.
Senator Fetterman will be one to watch as he makes cargo shorts great again in the U.S. Senate.
It was 25 degrees in Washington, and John Fetterman is at
That's a warm day for John Fetterman. He's fine. It's a warm day for John Fetterman. He's a tough guy there from Pittsburgh. Let me ask about this honeymoon that we're talking about, right? We measure a lot of times these new administrations in the first 100 days. I guess my first question is why is that significant? And second, and maybe more to the point, how long do voters and the American citizens give a president in this honeymoon phase?
It doesn't last the whole long. The typical honeymoon phase doesn't last very long. 100 days might be a good number. For Biden, I think it was a withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan and the chaos that ensued. That was the end of the Biden honeymoon. But look, I think Trump, 50% is good for Trump. It's not particularly dominant. We're a divided country. So, and Trump, look, has signaled already he's going to try to jam a lot of his big legislative priorities on a partisan basis. And he does have an option. There are a lot of Trump district Democrats and just a lot of senators in states that Trump won. There's an opportunity to build some bipartisan coalitions. That's a way to build political capital, build goodwill in this new Washington. I would bet, though, that like a lot of presidents before him, Trump decides to go all partisan, spend the political capital he earned, and that could lead to some pretty the honeymoon ending a lot earlier than I think a lot of Trump fans hope for.
Oh, you're right. That has been a knock on previous presidents, to be sure, kind of finding a way to go big as they can at the cost sometimes of bipartisanship. And so we will end with this, and that is kind of your expectation now, maybe for what the next 4 years looks like. I mean, is this going to be very similar to the first Trump term? Do you see in any staffing picks or nominees tendencies that look like they may diverge from the first Trump term?
Well, I think all you have to do is listen to the two different speeches from the first term and a more optimistic, albeit combative version today. Look, we talked a lot about this on the broadcast, Jared, but Trump's relationship with all the tech moguls is one of the big differences. And the elites that are trying to buy a little favor with Donald Trump. You saw Mark Zuckerberg getting prime seating, Elon Musk, of course. The CEO of TikTok was one of the VIPs at the inauguration. So, look, I think one of the big differences is that Trump may have campaigned as a populist, but some of these deals, including a possible stay for TikTok and letting the Chinese company continue to stay alive for at least a little bit longer, doesn't necessarily match with the populism that he campaigned on. So that's going to be an early test. But I think bringing these tech executives and these tech moguls into the coalition may be a little dicey and maybe hard to square with the populist MAGA base that he's inculcated throughout his political career.
There will not be a shortage of stories or topics to discuss as we are now in the second Trump presidency. President Donald Trump taking the oath of office, becoming the 45th and now 47th president of the United States. Josh Crossour, our Fox News radio political analyst, as always, appreciate the time and the context.
Thanks, Jared. And it was great spending Inauguration Day, a very newsworthy inauguration.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, here to introduce something really special. You're going to love it. My new Trump watches. It's one of the best watches made. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know what it's for, who it represents. Get your Trump watch right now. Go to gettrumpwatches.com. It's Trump time.
Celebrate the inauguration of President Trump with his new amazing watches. A true collector's item. Very limited. They will sell out. Go to gettrumpwatches.com now to get your Trump watch before they're gone. It's an easy URL to remember. GetTrumpWatches.com. Don't miss your chance to own a valuable piece of history. Go now to GetTrumpWatches.com and get your watch today. Celebrate President Trump's return with these limited edition beautiful new Trump watches. This ad paid for by the Best Watches on Earth LLC. See GetTrumpWatches.com for details. Trump watches are not intended for investment purposes. Hurry, go now to GetTrumpWatches.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
Damon John here, the People Shark. I want to share a secret that's changing people's lives. There's a company called National Debt Relief that can help you get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, like 12 to 48 months from now. With National Debt Relief, you can cut your minimum credit card payments by 50% and pay as little as $250 a month. Imagine, instead of paying multiple high interest payments every month, you can make one low monthly program payment, plus you can get approved in just a few minutes. They've helped hundreds of thousands of people just like you. Trust me when I tell you, National Debt Relief's got your back and can help you get back on track.
To learn how you can reduce your credit card debt and become debt-free, call 800-358-4422. 800-358-4422. Again, that's 800-358-4422.
Don't wait. Apply today.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit TravisManion.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. I'm Ted Linder, and this is the Fox News Rundown. President Donald Trump sworn into office yesterday, Monday, just after 12 noon Eastern Time. Today, Tuesday, his first full day of his second term, holding to a promise to use his power to take some actions.
There are many things President Trump says he would do: lock down the border, end taxes on tips, and as he has often said before, he plans to drill, baby, drill.
And that is Fox's Gernal Scott. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Think about it with the Eagles. Every week, all right, we're going to show Pats. We're going to show the steps. And when an Eagle fan does something stupid, bozo in the 700 level, that doesn't speak volumes to all of us. There's always a few bad actors.
I'm just surprised that it did not end up in a fist fight. You know what I mean?
If you're leaving the stadium and there's a bunch of drunk idiot fans yelling at your wife, do you immediately take out your phone and start filming, or do you do something about it? You do something about it.
Get in their face.
My crowbar.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most. Happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
And this is the Fox Business Report.
Back to business today on Wall Street as the markets reopen after the King holiday yesterday, as everyone looks to continue the momentum from last week when all three major indices were up more than 2.4%. Bitcoin set a new peak, trading above $109,000 Monday. Before slipping back a bit, it was trading just below $105,000 shortly after President Trump was sworn in. Today, the annual World Economic Forum kicks off in Davos, Switzerland, and we have plenty of earnings reports this week, including 3M, Capital One, United Airlines, and Netflix today. Discover, Johnson & Johnson, and Levi Strauss tomorrow, and Alaska Airlines and American Airlines on Thursday. Members of the Teamsters Union have authorized a strike against Costco February 1st. 56 of the company's warehouse stores in 5 states will be affected. Issues include wages, benefits, seniority pay, paid family leave, bereavement policies, and sick time. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
After years of complaining he's been unfairly targeted, President Trump is promising big changes at the Justice Department. Pam Bondi at her Senate confirmation hearing for Attorney General.
Politics have got to be taken out of the system.
In his final hours before leaving office, meantime, now former President Biden announced preemptive pardons for his siblings and their spouses and others he worries could be targeted for prosecution during the Trump administration. Some House Republicans have talked about going after the former president's brother Jim, accusing him of lying to Congress. President Trump has suggested former Joint Chiefs Chairman, retired General Mark Milley, deserved execution for reaching out to his Chinese counterpart near the end of the first Trump term to dispel fears of a preemptive military strike.
With respect to the Chinese calls, I routinely communicated with my counterpart, General Lee, with the knowledge and coordination of civilian oversight.
As General Milley later at a hearing in 2021, President Trump has said former Congresswoman Liz Cheney and other members of the Congressional Committee that investigated the Capitol riot should be prosecuted for lies and treason.
Donald Trump presents a challenge and a threat fundamentally to the Republic.
Cheney, campaigning for Vice President Harris last year, also getting a pardon. Dr. Anthony Fauci, long under Republican investigation over the origins of and response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
People should not be walking around with masks.
If one mask is good, 2 masks are better.
President Biden says in a statement issuing the pardons, this should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement of any wrongdoing, nor should acceptance be misconstrued as an admission of guilt for any offense.
Preemptive pardons are kind of untested water. I mean, the bottom line is we had the historical precedent of President Ford pardoning Richard Nixon without the presence of any sort of crimes at that point, or at least nothing that had been charged.
Jim Trusty is a former federal prosecutor and a former Trump attorney.
We've kind of lived with the possibility of this concept, and now it's coming home to roost in spades with, a massive amount of pardons or significant pardons being issued by President Biden and a bunch expected by President Trump. But although most of the President Trump ones we think are ones that are based on actual criminal prosecution. So the real trick is it's going to be very hard to ever see a challenge to this. There are scholars out there that say that these preemptive pardons are invalid, but you're not going to know that unless a prosecutor charges them and they litigate motions regarding that the constitutionality of these types of pardons. So I'm not sure we're going to really get to a bottom line, but it's certainly new territory overall.
Now, this does not mean, let's make it clear, that Liz Cheney or the Biden family or Dr. Anthony Fauci can suddenly, drive 100 miles an hour and become serial killers, right? This is just for federal crimes.
It's for federal crimes, and it's historic, not prospective. So, and this is I think the really interesting kind of, unintended effect component of this, which is anytime a person gets a federal pardon, they're basically losing their Fifth Amendment privilege at the same time. It's a way of overcoming privilege. It's just like immunity. At the end of the day, if you're an aggressive prosecutor or an aggressive Congress, you can bring people in and they have no ability to successfully, fend off the questions through claiming the Fifth Amendment privilege. So, yeah, that's the interesting unintended consequence here is that you could have a whole bunch of Biden families dragged into Congress. They could be in trouble for either obstruction or false statements if that's how they proceed. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag when you actually receive a pardon under these particular circumstances.
So in the end, this could make it more likely that somebody, that Jim Biden or Dr. Anthony Fauci or somebody could be put in the position of stepping in it if Congress wants to call him back and throw hard questions at him.
They have the immunity basically from these pardons for the historical conduct. The question is, if they're brought in and they have to answer questions or face contempt, which is what would happen under these circumstances, will they essentially snare themselves? Will they say something that's false? Will they lie in a provable way? I mean, look, I'm not a huge fan of false statement prosecutions. I don't love that concept, but that is something that's going to be available to prosecutors and to congressional overseers alike, is bringing people in, seeing if their stories hang together, and perhaps having consequences if they don't.
If you're a personal attorney, a defense attorney, is there any advantage you can think of, or is it even possible to say no thanks and not accept a pardon like this?
Yeah, well, that's a great question because there's an awful lot of attorneys out there right now that have January 6th cases on appeal. They think they've got something good in their appeal, and they're making that kind of decision or working with their clients to make that decision of would we reject a pardon. It's very rare. Look, I think the smart path, if you're a defense attorney and you've got a guy that's somewhere in the process or at least could be charged criminally, is you take your get out of jail free card. You take your pardon. I think it's kind of crazy to say I'd rather on principle wait to see how an appellate court deals with my issue. You might win, you might not, but either way, a pardon ends it, and you can fairly say when you apply for housing, for jobs, for voting, for guns, I do not have a conviction.
Yeah, I suppose in the end it's a better to have it and not need it thing than a need it and don't have it thing. Do any of the names on the preemptive pardon list stand out as odd, or maybe somebody the DOJ might have legitimately wanted to take a look at?
Look, pardons historically were absolutely for people that were convicted of crimes or charged with crimes. And, it was kind of expected. This was forgiveness. This was not about wiping free a criminal record. Now, historically, that's also trended in the other direction. We had guys like Jack Johnson, the famous heavyweight boxer, who a lot of people think was the subject of just complete racism in an approach that went after him for Mann Act violations under federal law. And so there are some that may have been factually innocent or at least were persecuted unfairly. But again, pardons generally connote that you're guilty of a crime, but you're being forgiven for it. So to have a whole bunch of Biden family members is certainly the headline. There's some other relatively high-profile people thrown in the mix today, but I think that's basically for distraction from the big ones. And I'm concerned about, where this precedent takes us over the long run. Are we going to have presidents routinely pardon everyone from their administration in a blanket fashion on their way out the door because of partisanship concerns?
Yeah, and it's a bigger blanket than any president's ever used before. Joe Biden issued more pardons and commutations than any other president. Is there resentment among prosecutors at the end of presidential terms when this happens every time, or is it just, look, I did my job, presidents can do what they want?
Yeah, it's a little of both. There's times where even if you spend a lot of time working the case hard, you can live with it because you're in favor of justice.
Yeah. We always talk about, or there is always talk about DOJ independence and also from the other side accusations of the DOJ doing the president's bidding, depending on who's in office at the time. Do most, to your knowledge, AGs ever flat out, Mr. President, I'm sorry, we just can't do that? Or is that a wink and a nod thing?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I'm sure there's inside stories that none of us are ever going to know. But, my feeling is that the attorney generals almost inevitably have some sort of character-defining moment that's put in front of them with their president. And, I can think of, I guess, the famous one for Jim Comey was supposedly, when he was high up in DOJ, not letting something happen when the attorney general was, I think it was General Ashcroft, was in surgery. He was being pressured, to say yes to something, and he said no. Or maybe another decent example was Attorney General Holder, speaking of pardons, when the Mark Lewis Rich pardon was being offered. This was a pardon for a billionaire fugitive that Bill Clinton ultimately gave. And when Holder was asked, can you not oppose this pardon, he changed his position to neutral because he was originally opposing it. So, I think that was actually not a great moment for an attorney general on those moments where you have to say no and you have to follow your conscience. Obviously, there was a lot of difficulty with Jeff Sessions as AG with President Trump. I think it's a tough spot to be in, to be the attorney general. But, my hope is that the attorney general will hold people accountable that did really outrageous things. And I include some prosecutors, frankly, from the J6 and Mar-a-Lago era. But I also recognize we don't want to just endlessly investigate the investigators. And my hope is that ending lawfare truly means ending lawfare. It doesn't mean a free pass for people that did really bad things, really bad illegal things. But I think we need to, restore DOJ's independence to some degree and restore the notion that they truly mean it when they say rule of law and they don't do the political things that they did over these last 4 years.
You mentioned investigating the investigators, and that's been something that has been talked about among Republicans hoping to take back power now that they have. Are we talking about overzealousness or actual criminal acts?
The problem is people are jumping off the ship. And so if they leave the employ of DOJ, and I know Jay Bratt's done that, Jack Smith's done that, I'm sure other people involved in the Jack Smith investigations have done it or will do it soon. Once they depart from the Department of Justice, OPR typically does not issue any sort of report or make any sort of findings. And I think history would be well served by really digging deep, because I lived this for about a year and saw things that I'd never seen for any other target of an investigation. And I think answers are warranted. So, again, I recognize there's a little fatigue in the idea of endlessly looking back at what the last prosecutor did. And it shouldn't be about just being intemperate or being rude or doing things that seem a little bit unseemly. It should be about potential violations of law. And I think that there are actually a couple of examples of potential violations of law from the way these guys conducted themselves.
From her record and from stuff she said, what do you expect from Pam Bondi as Attorney General?
Well, from what I saw, she actually acquitted herself pretty well the other day at the hearings, and that was encouraging. I mean, I do think, look, if you're the Attorney General for a state the size of Florida, you've managed an office that size, you've got a running head start on being able to handle the behemoth of DOJ. I actually like the fact that she's tried cases. This is not just a politician masquerading as a prosecutor. This is somebody who seems to have some bona fides as an actual prosecutor. I like that. And I like what she had to say about, kind of rule of law and ending lawfare. So I'm encouraged. It comes down to, there's all this kind of backwards looking stuff we're doing, like what is she going to do about January 6th, et cetera, and the prosecutors that handle those cases. But you have to remember the Attorney General every morning is waking up to incredibly nuanced issues procedurally and substantively, where people sit down at the conference room and say, Madam AG, do we have enough to indict this senator for corruption? Do we pull the trigger on this terrorism case? Or do we let him stay out on the streets to help, to build a better case, but also risk a terrorist attack? I mean, these are really weighty, difficult issues that land on the Attorney General's lap every day. And so my hope is, and what I've seen so far encourages me, that Pam Bondi has the gravitas to deal with that she has the experience, the judgment, the wisdom to deal with not just the stuff that's kind of politically hot right this moment, but all the things that are coming that, many of which are things that we'll never hear about, but that require really good judgment and prosecutorial common sense. And again, I'm hopeful, but a lot of it comes down to who she puts around her too.
Jim Trusty, thanks for coming back on the Fox News Rundown. Former federal prosecutor, former Trump attorney, for that matter, Jim Trusty. Thanks, Jim.
Great to be with you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When disaster strikes, the food supply is the first domino to fall. It can start quietly, an emergency alert, a breaking news headline. But within hours, reality sets in. People rush to grocery stores, emptying shelves of everything from bread to canned goods. Lines stretch out the door, tempers flare, and desperation takes hold. And no matter who's in charge these days, you simply can't rely on the government to bail you out. That's why having an emergency food supply on hand is the right move for you and your family. Right now, you can get $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit at mypatriotsupply.com. They're an American company trusted by millions, offering 2,000 calories per day with essential vitamins and minerals to keep you strong during a crisis. This food will be there for you when you need it, since it lasts up to 25 years and can ship out to you next day. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com now to get $50 off your 4-week emergency food kit. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. And let's cook up something extraordinary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
News, I'm Sue Guzman saying America's decline is over. President Trump Monday fired off a flurry of executive actions right after his inauguration, including one dealing with those convicted of the 2021 Capitol riot.
You're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast.
And that includes those convicted of assaulting police. Florida Senator Marco Rubio unanimously confirmed now as Secretary of State. This is Senate committees Monday voted to advance Pete Hegseth's nomination for Defense Secretary, Kristi Noem's nomination for DHS Secretary, and John Ratcliffe to head the CIA. And the Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard, Admiral Linda Lee Fagan's been terminated over concerns about the border, cost overruns, and what they said was too great a focus on DEI initiatives. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Ryan Day and Ohio State can forget about losing to Michigan to end the regular season. The Buckeyes are champions of the college football world, defeating Notre Dame 34-23 in the national title game and becoming the first winner of the 12-team playoff. The Fighting Irish came out swinging, taking a 7-0 lead on the first possession of the game, but Ohio State scored 31 unanswered points in dominant fashion. Quarterback Will Howard completed his first 13 passes, setting the record for consecutive completions in a college football playoff title game, and Ohio State won its first football championship since 2014. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Title IX is one thing. That's about educational opportunity. I think it's a great thing because schools offering young women a chance to compete, first off, college sports is very uniquely American to begin with. No one else does it to this level across the globe. But offering young women a chance to get their college paid for, an education paid for with opportunities in sports is a great thing, and I think it's been great for this country. It's been great for college sports. It doesn't mean, though, that now we take that ideal of equal opportunity for for free education through sports and then apply it to a free market economy where we're going to take this one sport that's making billions and we're going to apply the same amount of money and logic to a sport that loses a school money. And all of it's going to be distributed across the board evenly to men's and women's sports. That's just not, it's not feasible. It's not how it works. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's the first day of trading for President-elect Donald Trump's second term as president. Stocks rallied Friday as the inauguration approached, but investors also have some concerns about possible inflationary effects of new tariffs or deportations. Airlines are reporting this week. United expected to report strong earnings. Delta also expected to be upbeat. American and Alaska Airlines are also expected to benefit from lower fuel costs and higher passenger revenue. Travelers will be the first major insurer to report earnings since the wildfires broke out in Southern California, and it's one of the most exposed. It's expected to report an increase in catastrophic losses, and that's before tallying up all the losses from the fires. And Moderna awarded an additional $590 million from the U.S. government to accelerate development of pandemic flu vaccines. That's as health officials struggle to contain a dangerous strain of dairy farms. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or email, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
All right, you said bye-bye to big government and you want limited government. You voted for that. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you are still using the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, I ask, why are you doing that? Because my cell phone company, Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers. You get the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and they're based here in the U.S., and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Now, that's right. There's simply no need to spend $85, $100 a month per person on your wireless bill. Not when you can get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. And by the way, the average family of four saves about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text YOUTH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text YOUTH to 42424. That's YOUTH to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3,
Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here.
It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, January 21st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. January 21st, officially, technically, day one. After a glorious inauguration day yesterday. Thank you to everybody that showed up at the NAC in Newtown, Bucks County. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It was amazing yesterday.
It was glorious. Weather was terrible, but people still made it a priority. The best audience in all of radio. How could you argue that?
Amen.
Gregory, hello, sir.
Yeah, you can't. It is the best audience in radio. I mean, I was like, look, the weather, and nobody's going to show up. A lot of people showed up, so thank you so much for coming out yesterday, and it was a great day. It was a great day.
Absolutely.
For the radio station.
And a great day for those that said hello, shook hands, asked for a picture, and came with gifts, including what Dawn just handed me from a listener before the show. the Trumpinator bobblehead.
Oh, that's the one that's on Trump Force One, right?
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, that's
very
fun.
cool.
We'll find a spot for it in the studio on the camera. I'll figure that out in the following minutes, hours, and days.
You should put it. Can you put it like right in front of your? Right there. Yeah.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Right next to me.
Yeah.
I'll probably knock it over 4 times. Spill my coffee on it.
Definitely gonna
be
that.
a mess.
Yeah.
And also a very nice card in which, and I don't even know who gave this. I don't know if Dawn, if you know the person's name, but they said, "Dear Kayal and Company in 1210, thank you for your steadfast, constant, and never give up support of We the People through your voice and your staff support of free speech.
Wow.
Ooh.
Freedom to think and make up your own mind for the cause of freedom."
Yep.
How about that?
Nice.
Very nice people.
Nice.
By the way, has Trump issued any more pardons, any more executive orders,
Close
any
to 100
executive action since I was asleep?
Close to 100.
Close to 100.
Nick, you've never, you weren't in this line of work during the first Trump administration.
That's correct.
Buckle up, because if you think you're going to write your big take at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you ain't, pal. I'm sorry.
Things change now?
Things change by 9 p.m.
Uh-oh.
So just be aware of that. The big take might have to be written early in the morning.
Written and published either late at night under the consumption of alcohol or pre-coffee in the morning.
Exactly.
If you thought the grammar was bad before, folks, buckle up. It's about to get worse, if that's possible. We have a lot of good things to get to today. Promises from Donald Trump, pardons from Joe Biden, more pardons after we got off the air yesterday at 10 o'clock. We will talk about that. All of the hysteria surrounding Elon Musk and his Nazi gesture yesterday.
Oh, jeez.
You know, they just lost running on Trump is Hitler. They haven't learned a damn thing. But that's fine. Keep going, CNN. Keep going, Politico.
But he always has that sort of awkward weight.
He's a bizarre dude. His laugh is weird. His dance is weirder. His wave is, I don't even know what that is. But that's Musk. We'll talk about it. Also this morning, JFK, RFK, and MLK details. Trump vows to unsheath and release those. We'll talk about it. The culture wars in America. Very interesting on Sunday. New York Times poll on how the whole trans thing has kind of run its course in the United States. Americans in overwhelming fashion saying enough is enough. And the cut sheet today, it's easily the best one of 2025, I would argue.
Well, I added more to it, and because, executive orders were being signed into the 9 o'clock hour last night.
That's
so
right.
We have 35 different cuts to play. So
there we go.
And Melania's dress.
And her top hat.
Yes, but her inaugural, one of the ball dresses.
Yeah.
And then Ivanka. Are we going to get into the gowns?
Yeah, we can talk fashion.
By the way, I'm on record saying that the biggest star of the next 4 years, during this administration, is going to be Barron Trump.
Yeah.
Did you see the ovation he received?
Standing ovation.
Standing ovation.
I saw people saying that. I saw Sean Ferrer saying Barron Trump meets the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be the guy to throw cold water. I'll play the soccer role. That kid is as stiff as a board.
No. I think that he's very popular, but there's a mystery to him.
A mystery.
There's a mystery to him.
There's a James Bond element to him, isn't there?
He had his hair slicked back.
Yeah.
I said it, my David.
Oh, here
David.
No. See,
you should slick your hair back.
Yeah, nobody needs to bring.
You saw your boy through the eyes of Barron. See, that's what
I did. Barron. I mean, what is he? He's only 18 years old, but he's like, what is he? As tall as Joel Embiid about?
Can he golf like his old man?
He will take the place. He will take the place as the favorite son, the favorite child. He'll take the place of Ivanka. He's certainly going to take the place of Eric.
Yeah.
And the other one,
Don Jr.
What's his nuts? Yeah.
Yeah. What's his nuts?
Yeah. He will be the shining star of the 2025 Trump team.
Okay.
Well, he's the baby of the family.
Oh, wow.
The baby of the family
by like
always,
25, 30 years.
You know what I mean, though? The baby of the family always. Nick, are you the baby?
No, I'm the older one.
You're the okay.
I'm the old poor one that went into
That's
radio.
why nobody likes you.
My sister's the young smart one that went into HR and makes a ton of money.
But she's also the baby of the family.
Yeah.
So they can do no wrong. My husband's the baby of the family. Like, talk to anybody, your friends. whoever's the baby, they could do no wrong.
Yeah, well, it's like Jan Brady in the Brady Bunch. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. It's going to be Baron, Baron, Baron. Oh, by the way, Kamala Harris will join us today as our gal Esty apologizes for yesterday. She will be here today, and she has told me via text that Kamala will be hungover this morning at 9:30.
Oh, my gosh.
She was going to,
I can't wait.
She was going to do her farewell statement yesterday, but there were some issues, so she couldn't. So she will join us this morning.
There you go. All right, 6:08. Let's get to the news. Round number one, the great Dawn Stenzel.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored the 6 a.m. edition, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. This is January 21st, and the forecast right now, they're saying this is the coldest day that we've seen in years in Philadelphia. It's a polar vortex Arctic blast, according to the meteorologists.
Yeah.
They're trying to scare the heck out of everybody. But seriously, they're calling these dangerous temps code blue. And it's to the point where in Philadelphia, the public schools, the parochial schools, the archdiocesan schools, they all are running on a 2-hour delay. Part of that is because of all the ice and everything. Part of it's because of the cold, and especially for kids who have to take SEPTA to school, that sort of thing. So the coldest day in 2 years at least. So temperatures in the single digits with the wind chills below zero for the next several nights. So all kinds of warnings. There are traffic lights out this morning in Philadelphia. All kinds of warnings as far as remember to protect your pipes. Like I know Philadelphia Water Department putting out this, that they have busted pipes, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they've said it's worth it to even run your faucet on a little bit of a trickle if you have an area where maybe the pipes could get below 40 degrees.
I think it was 5 degrees when I got into my truck this morning.
Yeah, what is it now, 11?
Yeah, and the lights at Market Street here, getting off of the Vine, 2 different sets were completely dark, so it was, kind of yield and proceed with caution before you get T-boned.
Yeah, well put, because, for us, we come in earlier, but when the traffic starts beefing up, presumably, first day back to work, a lot of people had off work and school yesterday, to your point, Nick, and that's one of the warnings they're putting out there, that if there's a traffic light out, there are also some very icy spots. So 2-hour delay for schools, code blue, all of that in the entire area. So we have that going on. We also have, I know that Philadelphia City Council is planning a special meeting today and a hearing as they're concerned about, and I know Nick's going to get into all of these executive orders and all of that happened yesterday. But as far as the reaction locally to that, because President Donald Trump saying he's getting right to work, fulfilling these promises he made about immigration policy. And so one of these is the national emergency at the border, birthright, citizenship, that sort of thing. So now locally and across the nation, I will say, there are hearings and there are meetings as far as what do cities, particularly sanctuary cities, what do they do in reaction now to the federal, to what's happening on a national level?
Locally with city council or the mayor's office for that matter, I would be more focused on correcting the mayor's spelling of the Philadelphia Eagles. Don't worry about what Trump's doing. Trump's going to make Philadelphia safer. I'd just focus on being able to spell Eagles. We'll get to that a little bit later with Sherelle Parker.
We've all been there where you're tailgating.
We have so much. Let's just do it now.
We do?
Yeah, this is cut 23. Okay. Phil, let's roll this.
Sherelle Parker, take it away.
Let me hear you all say
ELGSELS. Now, and also, you'll never forget, remember last year during the playoffs, one of the Fox 29 newscasts spoke with an Eagles fan, and she spelled it this way. So we've got 2 people in this city that can't spell Eagles. And John Fetterman thinks that the Eagles will beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl because the Eagles are better than the Eagles. Did I cover it all?
Yep.
My grammar might suck, but I did come in 3rd place in the 5th grade Paxenosa Elementary Spelling Bee. And if you can't spell Eagles, you can't be the mayor of the city.
Peaking in 3rd grade.
Yes.
We have tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning is when Philadelphia City Council is going to hold this hearing. And they're, quote, exploring Philadelphia's readiness and commitment to protecting immigrants, Now, just put this together. They're protecting immigrant, LGBTQ plus, and other marginalized communities in advance of the impending Trump administration, according to their agenda.
Who is?
This is Philadelphia City Council. The hearing tomorrow is Philadelphia's readiness and commitment to protecting immigrants, LGBTQ plus, and other marginalized communities.
They're telling Philadelphia schools not to cooperate with ICE if there's raids in schools.
Oh, great. Okay.
Are raids happening at schools? Is there any report of that?
I don't know. They don't know. They did say that there were going to be raids happening today. So
beginning in Chicago. Yeah. And maybe
I would assume Philadelphia would be up there on that list.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to call your shot in telegraph. That's all about the element of surprise, right? Yeah, hey, we're gonna be in Delco today at 2:15. Like, you're not going to tip your hand.
I would be shocked if anybody went in a school or a church. I know that's the media narrative, but everything you see is all about people who are criminals or accused criminals.
I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying that the school district has
had
told
a policy
that not to cooperate with ICE.
Yeah. And that's because the city's 2016 executive order,
which puts the teachers in an odd, a really bad situation.
Oh yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Grief counselors, be on standby. Traumatized children. I could see it now. It's an Anderson Cooper special.
Yeah. But we have that 2016 executive order on detainers. It remains in place. And that was a Jim Kenney order. So, I think that the Parker administration's interesting to me because I don't really think...
She can't spell? Oh.
No, I just don't think that... I don't hear her commenting specifically or reacting to what happened yesterday.
Right.
I mean, those were some incredible, very focused situations with regard to all of these different orders. And so they just said that the city's 2016 executive order on detainers remains in place. The Parker administration said the stance on the issue of immigration in Philadelphia remains unchanged since the November election. So she has personally, to my knowledge, not specifically commented on any of this. They're just saying, well, we have a policy and a law implemented by city council. I just wonder if the Trump administration or the Parker administration, are they going to be meeting and talking, much like we've seen, for example, in New York?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't have that information, but I find it curious that I feel like Mayor Parker has been quiet about this issue.
Yeah, she's got a lot on her plate with the Sixers arena coming up in 2031.
We also have, speaking of which, there's another reaction locally again, and this has to do with the executive order on his first day of office pardoning about 1,500 J6 rioters and commuting the sentence of 14 people, including somebody I've reported extensively on, Philadelphia's Zachary Rill. He was identified as a Proud Boys leader, and he has been in prison for almost 4 years. He's originally from Port Richmond, son of cops, United States Marine, went on to Temple, graduated Temple, married his wife, baby daughter, and so he was sentenced, if you may recall this, to 15 years. But his sentence is commuted. He's free.
Nancy Pelosi tweeting 9 hours ago tonight, the president announced pardons and commutations of sentences for those who violently attacked the Capitol and law enforcement officers on January 6th. This is an outrageous insult to our justice system and our heroes.
I can only tell you, as far as Zach Rill, because he's our only Philadelphia guy, I know there are some people in the Poconos, we have
South Jersey,
many in Pennsylvania, and South Jersey. But for him, the charge was seditious conspiracy. He was never charged and or convicted with any type of violent action. That was not the charge.
Who's the head of that Enrique Tarrio or whatever?
Tarrio.
He was
not there.
He was serving 22 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
was he included in this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you watched that, I'll be honest. I know you'll have it on the cut sheet. I was mesmerized.
Mesmerized, she was.
By the entire evening, you know.
Mesmerized by the entire evening, yes.
But the moment for a news reporter, and I know Peter Ducey was in this, where Trump is sitting at the Resolute desk, and he's signing the rest of all of those.
Can Phil, do you have cut 25, since we're talking about this here?
Yeah. The pen is mightier than the sword, folks.
Roll it.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages.
Like a bunch of menus.
Approximately 1,500 for a pardon. Yes. Full pardon.
He calls them the J6 hostages.
Full pardon.
Is that a Sharpie?
Yeah.
We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again. So this is a big one.
Got a long signature.
Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get him. We hope they come out tonight. Frankly,
Look at that. Almost bled through the paper.
we're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
There you go.
I'm assuming the nut job with the horns on his head. He's
out, I think.
Is he out? Chansley?
Yes,
but
he was
there's
already out.
He was running for something.
But I think people forget, too, it's not just about being released. It's about having it removed from your record as well. So you could be free out on whatever back in society, but now with the pardon, that comes, it's almost like an expungement as a first-time offender. If you're a juvenile in probation, you get that wiped off of your record. It's no longer public knowledge. No employer will see it on a background check.
Here's what was fascinating to me. What he said when they asked him about it was that he's saying that the J6 committee, Liz Cheney, others, destroyed evidence. And so the reason that he did this, he's saying, is that commuting sentences, pardoning, etc., is because he's saying they were denied due process. In other words, all the video, the evidence was destroyed. It's non-existent.
Shocking.
So how could they? So this also explains why we had those last-minute pardons. Or excuse me, Joe Biden with the preemptives.
Right, going back to 2014.
With the J6 committee.
Yep. Now bring in Ray Epps and talk to him. Has anybody seen Ray?
Well, I mean, the left can complain, like you said, Nancy Pelosi did, but January 6th was on the ballot in 2024, and people voted the other way.
Yep.
So you can't be surprised. Like, literally,
Yeah.
the people who are sitting here being like, oh, my God, he's doing
Right.
all this. He said he was going to do all of
Yes.
this. You can't be, if you're surprised you weren't paying attention or you're very stupid.
Remember, I gave you the number earlier in January, right as we came back. And when people were asked, I forget which polling service it was. It might have been a Gallup poll. It might have been a CNN poll. When you think of Trump, what's the first thing that comes to mind? Only 5% of respondents said January 6th.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, the Democrats tried to run on democracy in J6, and the American people were like, nope. Sorry.
Nope, sorry.
We also have in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania lawmakers mourning the loss of, and this is an update, Representative Matt Gergely. He was 45 years old. Remember, I had reported that he had suffered some kind of a medical emergency over the holidays, and he has died. So they announced that he died actually on Sunday, saying he was a devoted, husband and dad. The cause of his death and even the illness, remember, it was sort of a mystery illness, some kind of medical emergency. So they're not disclosing the cause of his death at age 45. House leadership previously said that he suffered that medical issue or emergency over the holidays. He was elected in 2023, reelected in 2024, 35th District. This is Allegheny County. And so what this means right now is that the Pennsylvania House is deadlocked at 101 to 101 in the chamber. So Democrats had a 1-point lead. Now they're back to 101. Obviously, they'll make an appointment, but that's going on, and that impacts politics in Philadelphia.
Tight margins.
Yes, sir. So we have that going on. By the way, 10 o'clock this morning, Eagles tickets go on sale for this weekend's game. Eagles Commandos.
I saw the cheapest.
Commandos, as I say.
I saw the cheapest tickets are like $2,200.
Oh my gosh!
So.
What do you guys? You guys want to go as a show? I'll get a 4-pack right now.
A 4-pack right now.
Yeah, we'll do a 4-pack.
Yeah.
Drop 10 large.
Yeah.
Even the nosebleed seats last week were like 500. I mean, I think the cheapest I saw was close to 400 a ticket.
Yeah.
But 10 o'clock this morning, they go on sale.
Yeah, the line went up, too. It opened at 4.5. I think they're now a 5.5 point favorite. So,
yeah, this is the best case scenario for the Eagles.
It really is.
In my opinion.
Path of least resistance.
Yeah.
They avoided Minnesota and Detroit.
I know.
Pretty remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
So we have
now the Super Bowl matchup is going to be.
You're not going to avoid Patty Mahomes.
Or even Josh Allen. I don't know.
The Bills the referees just flagged Buffalo already, and it's only Tuesday.
Jeez.
The AFC is a very different place than the NFC.
Different world up there.
Yeah.
So officially at the Philadelphia airport, 11 degrees right now. Obviously, it feels with the wind chill factor like it's -1 with they're calling it the Arctic polar vortex blast that we're feeling. 19 degrees on paper today. That's the high, partly sunny. Tomorrow, 20 degrees tomorrow 20 degrees for your Wednesday. Then we begin to warm up. When I say warm up, Thursday, sunny, but 30 degrees. And Friday, we'll be back to more normal temperatures for this time of year, 32 degrees. And then the weekend looks mild comparatively, 35 degrees, sunny for Saturday. Sunday, 40 degrees, partly sunny skies. So we really don't get out of this deep freeze until Thursday about noon.
Okay.
So that's your forecast. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. Thank you, kitchenmagic.com, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Tuesday morning, let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Promises and pardons, January 20th in the books, and it was an inauguration day to remember forever. From the promises Trump made to the pardons Biden forgave, from John Fetterman arriving in his trademark hoodie and his gym shorts to Mark Zuckerberg staring at a lady's cleavage, we had it all. From the media meltdowns to the national anthem belted out by country singer Carrie Underwood. And the most controversial president of all time is back, and he is saying radical things like it was God who saved him on that close call in July in Butler, Pennsylvania. More radical comments like thanking those who showed up in a record turnout from the Hispanic and black communities on MLK Jr. Day at the election polls and the booths on November 5th. He will immediately end government censorship, restore free speech in the country. Military members booted for refusing the COVID shot will be reinstated if they wish and given full back pay. And more radical commentary like there's only two genders, male and female, that will be recognized in America. Can you believe the audacity of Donald Trump? Such outrageous comments, actions, and beliefs. How will the United States ever survive the next 4 years? Here is 47 from yesterday talking about capping off his comeback. Listen and watch.
Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best.
Impossible is nothing. You might as well make that a Nike commercial since corporate America is back on the bandwagon with Donald Trump. Mass deportations. They could be very well in progress right now. Trump saying that they would begin in Chicago on day one. Well, it didn't even take until day one to seal off the border. Here was the port of entry in El Paso, Texas yesterday, officially closed off. Listen and watch this message.
Beyond this point will result in the arrest, prosecution, and possible application of force. Advertencia. Esta es una área restringida federal, fuera de los límites de personal no autorizado. La entrada o el movimiento no autorizado más allá de este punto dará lugar a la detención, al procesamiento y la aplicación posible de la fuerza. Personnel. Unauthorized entry or movement beyond this point will result in the arrest.
America will once again have secure borders. And voters, they learned their lesson. But you know who still hasn't? The fake news. Jake Tapper from CNN, of all people, who just cost his employer a cool $5 million in a defamation suit last week after defaming a Navy veteran during Biden's terrible Afghanistan withdrawal. Fake Strapper was at it again, losing his mind over social media companies and CEOs falling in line behind the 47th president of the United States. Listen and watch this from Inauguration Day yesterday.
Yeah, if I could just, before I throw it to Anderson, just bring back that photograph of the tech bros inside St. John's Church. It's just one other thing I want to show. So we see Mark Zuckerberg on the left there with the curly hair, CEO of Meta. Tim Cook, his face is blocked, but he has the white hair, CEO of Apple. Jeff Bezos on the right there, the bald gentleman looking to his right, CEO of Amazon. The gentleman behind Mark Zuckerberg is Sundar Pichai. He's the CEO of Google. And Anderson, between those four people, plus Elon Musk from Twitter or X, those five people that I just mentioned, the four in the photograph and also Elon Musk, control so much of the information that we receive. So much is in their hands when it comes to ascertaining, monitoring, or refusing to monitor what is real, what is not real. And we're about to enter an era of deep fakes and all sorts of misinformation, and the degree to which those five gentlemen play a role or do not play a role will be pivotal in terms of where the American people are 4 years from now in terms of understanding what is true and what is false.
You know, Jake, you want to talk about an era of misinformation? Let's revisit your comments that you just made, I don't know, in about 15 minutes on the show when we talk about what CNN accuses and alleges Elon Musk potentially of doing yesterday. See, the reality is Jake Tapper still doesn't get it, even though he cost his company $5 million. It's over for your network. It's been over for quite some time. It's over for the lamestream media that was complicit in the cover-up of Joe Biden's cognitive decline. Americans rejected all of you. Don't lecture us on what is true and what is not. Don't get in your feelings because now all of the tech bros, as you call them, all what I would say the slimy billionaires, are suddenly cozying up to Donald Trump. You're driving fear of words and attending an inauguration, yet you were silent over the Biden administration's actions with big tech censorship for over 3 years. Now let's get to the outgoing administration. It's officially over for Joe Biden, but pardon me, do you have any receipts? Well, we sure do. Joe Biden, in his final hours of his presidency yesterday, decided to pardon Dr. Anthony Fauci, Liz Cheney, and Mark Milley. We talked about that yesterday on Kayal and Company. But after we got off of the air, there were more pardons. And it's so odd because I have this receipt from December 11th, 2024, where Biden said in reference to Donald Trump attempting to pardon J6 prisoners, quote, "The acceptance of a pardon is an admission of guilt." Some more context for you. Quote, Biden said the Justice Department has sent a message on Wednesday to January 6th defendants. Accepting a pardon from Donald Trump is a confession of guilt for your crimes, end quote. So, based on that logic, Joe, what crimes did Anthony Fauci commit? Crimes against humanity? Perjury, perhaps? We'll wait for the explanation. And then more pardons going back to 2014 as the big guy has pardoned all of his family members, including Hunter Biden. So what happened in 2014? Why 2014 the beginning of the pardons? Could it have anything to do with Burisma and the beginning of the Biden family's rapidly accelerated wealth? I would think so. But Joe claims it's because, quote, "My family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, motivated solely by a desire to hurt me, the worst kind of partisan politics. You could legitimately copy and paste that quote and say it came from Donald Trump's mouth in reference to Biden and the DOJ against Trump. However, in 2020, December to be exact, Biden said there would be no pardons like this, and we have the tape and the receipts. Listen and watch.
President Trump is reportedly considering a wave of preemptive pardons. Does this concern you? All these preemptive pardons?
Well, it concerns me in terms of what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice. You're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons.
Not a joke, but it is reality. The Biden era officially over. The Trump era officially underway. Executive actions, executive orders signed last night. New policies being implemented to better America right now as we, the people, as we voted for Donald Trump, begin to hopefully thrive and prosper like never before. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take, you want to jump in, your thoughts, your reaction from everything yesterday on the Trump side or the outgoing side with the Biden administration? You can do so. 855-839-1210. Big Take brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. Drive off in your dream car with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union, where you can lock in low monthly payments and terms up to 84 months. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.com/org or go on to their website at AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto. Two different websites for you. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal opportunity lender. We'll get into some of the pardons and the executive actions from Trump last night as he was burning through paper and pens, and also Elon Musk celebrating yesterday, and CNN, Politico, and others taking the bait yet again. They've learned absolutely nothing, but they were silent when Democrats did the same thing, and we have more receipts to show you. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laughed, you teared up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks, this is not a drill, it's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Company 6:40 on this frigid Tuesday morning. If you're on YouTube and you're watching the show, it says it is currently 10.9 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, nothing like some glorious 11-degree weather to jumpstart your motivational levels on a Tuesday. But we'll try to give you the boost that you need. 855-839-1210. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up just about an hour from now. We'll get to Elon Musk and the Democrats and the media melting down over his hand gesture coming up probably after the news in the 7 o'clock hour. But we have some, serious things to start with here on the program. And I want to start with just some of the things that I jotted down last night. I was multitasking between the College Football National Championship and all of the inauguration coverage television, laptop, phone, notepad. I was going through about as much paper as Trump was last night. And there's a couple of things to go through. The ones that stand out with, what he signed off on, promises delivered right out of the gate. Obviously, as Dawn talked about in the news, the full pardon of over 1,500 J6 defendants, with 6 sentences being commuted. Also declaring a national emergency at the border. MS-13 and Tren de Aragua, or as Sean Farish would say, Tren de Adios, deemed a terrorist organization. The national energy emergency, which again, I think if you're going to have economic growth and prosperity, it all starts and ends with energy. Also withdrawing from the World Health Organization, WHO for short. And as Jackie Heinrich laid out last night in a massive tweet with all the different bullet points, remain in Mexico, catch and release. On the energy front, fully unleashing Alaskan energy. Also under the radar, returning federal workers to in-person work. Remember, I think it was around Christmas when Rand Paul released a lot of his statistics on the spending and the waste of 2024. About 95% of federal buildings are unoccupied while the federal government is leasing out the space and wasting our taxpayer dollars. So get off of your ass and go back to work. Also, this is very important because it was very impactful in the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story. Trump suspending the security clearances for the 51 national security officials in the Intel department who lied about the Hunter Biden laptop and its truthful nature of existence. So I thought that was important. And also ending all DEI programs across the federal government. And also with DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, initiating a hiring freeze. And then to round it out for all the climate change people out there, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord.
The Doge is already under a lawsuit, claiming that it violates transparency laws. So there's already a challenge to the whole Doge thing anyway. So.
And we also found out that Vivek, on his way out, multiple conflicting reports. Basically, he
annoyed the snot out of everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
I could totally. I said that from day one. I said, dude, he's so smart.
Oh,
but boy, when you memorize the talking points too much, and you talk a mile a minute, you wear out your welcome.
He's the guy you invite to a party and then you immediately regret you invited him.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Like not everything needs to be about being the smartest guy ever to grace planet Earth. Kind of blend in a little bit, man. I liked him a little more when he was playing tennis during the primaries. Remember that?
Yeah.
With his little white T-shirt on. So, Dawn Stensland, your thoughts yesterday, what you liked, maybe what you didn't, anything on the pardon front for Trump, the executive action front, or on the other side, Joe Biden with his pardons, specifically the ones that we didn't talk about on this show, and that includes his family for the last 11 years.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as far as the J6ers, the fact that he's saying that they were denied due process because the evidence against them or the right to defend yourself, which is just a tenet of our nation and our judicial system, and the fact that he said they wiped out the evidence is destroyed, it's gone. And so the fact that he said that so definitively is something, we've heard that, well, maybe this video or this was lost, and that was an argument that lawyers made.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he stated that so definitively, and then on the same day, Joe Biden, while Trump was giving his speech, that was what was incredible to me. That while Trump was giving his, acceptance speech, and this was going on, that Joe Biden had signed those final, waivers, if you will, to make sure that especially his brother James and his family members, others were protected. That was incredible. I don't think we've seen anything like this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as far as all of these executive orders and commutations and the memos that he signed, it was incredible. The fact that basically we're declaring war on the cartels, and this will really put those, especially in Mexico, on the defense, if you will,
mm-hmm.
because now he's sending the military to the southern border.
Right.
That was incredible. As far as the World Health Organization, people might say, well, the World Health Organization, what's up with that? He went into it. Well, he's tiny with that big Sharpie. And then he says, yeah, it's a bad deal. We pay $500 million. China, who has a population over 1 billion, they pay $39 million. He says, why would we pay so much more?
Yeah, we're paying $461 million more than a country that has as much, if not more, money than us.
So he says, why would we do that?
Right.
So he says, Joe Biden got back into office. They would have taken $39 million. Joe Biden didn't even negotiate it. We went back to paying $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
So with the theme, I think, with all of this is that what he's saying is, your government is supposed, you have money taken out, a huge chunk of money taken out of your paycheck. Your government is supposed to serve you. What he's saying is the government has given you a bad deal. And the way that he explained that, even with, if you think about all of these deals, all of our tax dollars that are being taken out, and then how the government essentially misspends, overspends, irresponsibly spends, like a freewheeler, as if it's their money around the world.
Yep.
And I love that explanation, even the explanation of the tariffs.
Yeah.
How he said other countries, they all rip us off, he says, except for a couple of countries I'm not going to name because they'll feel like they got played or they'll feel stupid.
Right.
So I'm not going to name those countries, but pretty much everybody else makes money off of us.
Yeah.
He's saying the bad deal for the American people? No, this is not going to happen.
Yep.
This country, your government is going to work for you. You are the client. You are the customer. You should be served.
Well, this is
I love that.
Yeah, this is it for him, right? He's term limited. He's got 4 years in theory, but we know it's certainly well less than that because you could lose in 2 years or under 2 years from now. You could lose control of the Senate. You could lose control of Congress. Then you don't have the collective monopoly of power in the 3 different chambers. And what I love more than anything is the fact that he deemed MS-13 and Tren de Aragua terrorist organizations. And when we talk about the fentanyl crisis that is not covered in the mainstream media, that you talk about China for a moment, that is manufactured in China, put on ships, sent down through and up through the southern border, and comes into this country. And I think this audience knows it, but the rest of America probably doesn't, that fentanyl kills more Americans on an annual basis than all terrorist organizations on the planet combined have killed American citizens. We are being poisoned. Forget big food and big pharma for a moment. Big fentanyl is killing countless Americans. And then you throw in the Lake and Rileys, you throw in the rapes, the assaults, the murders. We need to eradicate this country of these horrific individuals. And you know what? If you go to a school and somebody gets deported and detained and somebody starts to cry, you know what?
What school,
You'll
though,
survive.
Nick? Everybody's saying schools. There's no schools.
I don't think they're going to do that. But if they did, my point
This is like the narrative that they're going, they're going to go into schools and churches. Okay, show me the video. Where are they going into schools and churches? There's no schools.
But if they would, cry me a bleeping river, I don't care. Shed tears. I would rather see tears be shed than blood be shed over innocent Americans that are savagely victimized by these animals. These people are just as bad. MS-13, Tren de Aragua, they're no different than Hamas in Gaza. They have no morals, and all they do is wreak havoc on the communities they're in. That's why Mexico said, go ahead, go to America. That's fine. We don't want you anyway, right? So shut that border off like you did. Tom Homan set the tone, and everybody else involved in the Department of Homeland Security, let's make our borders great. Because if we don't have borders, we don't have a country, right? What's the point of borders if you're not going to enforce them? South, north, east, west, through air, through water, on land, you name it. So I am that. And the reason I'm bringing up the immigration stuff and the deportations is because, look, I think there's going to be a lot of naysayers out there, anti-Trump people that say, oh, well, it's March and some of these things are going to take time, right? The economy just doesn't get better overnight. The one category or subject or political issue that I think you can see an immediate impact on is deportations. Why? Because you're going to get footage of people being detained. You're going to get footage of people being shipped out, deported. You're going to see people in the water with those buoys across Texas swimming in the opposite direction, right? And then when those numbers start to come out on the immigration coming into the country, you will be able to have tangible evidence that you can feel, you can see, you can hear, the whole bit. The other stuff's going to take 6 months, 9 months.
I don't know that
maybe a
it will,
year.
Nick, because if they change, if they do everything they've said with tariffs and energy prices and all of that, then it does happen sooner because energy fuels everything.
How quickly do you think we will see? I don't know if you've noticed it, but gas went back up again. I just paid $3.39. I swear it was like $2.94. I don't know, maybe 4 weeks ago, and it was up another like 42 cents. I can't be doing $3.39 a gallon. I need $2.29 a gallon, Dawn. How quickly can $2.29 a gallon happen? Somebody tell me that. How quickly can I get my heating and cooling bills down? Because to your point, that is where I think the economy gets to where we want it to be, because it starts with energy, right? Whether it's the energy you use to manufacture the products, the energy that you use to ship the products, all of those costs, as everybody in this audience knows, I'm not saying anything we don't know, is passed on to us when we purchase it in a retail or wholesale atmosphere. So there was a lot yesterday, and if you guys want to jump in, I know there was a lot to digest, but man, it was a whirlwind day, and I don't think it's going to slow down today. I mean, this is, I guess, are we technically calling this day one? I know it seems like yesterday was a combination of inauguration day and day one, but I guess technically.
Well, I mean,
it
he
is
signed
today.
executive orders, so I guess yesterday was day one.
All right, so
right?
today's day two.
Yeah.
There you go. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll get to the Elon Musk media hysteria from yesterday, and we will give you the full context of it, not just what a couple of talking heads were reacting to in about 5 seconds of a gesture that lasted about 35 seconds when you watch the full clip again, because what it is, it's bloodbath. It is very fine people. The first media hoax of the second term, already on the books. Kayal and Company, Dawn's News coming up next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I think the world of the Chapman family team love the work they've done in my home. The wall of patio doors, among other things, are incredible. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I would only trust the Chapman team. So until the end of this month, until the end of January, you can receive 50% off any standard door installation when you purchase a new door from Chapman. And a new front entry door can really change the look of your house. If you have maybe an upcoming wedding, graduation, some parties later in the year, I'd take advantage of this fantastic promotion before it's too late. Who wouldn't want that gorgeous new door in all your photos? Plus, as your guests arrive and they see that beautiful door, it's like an instant makeover for your house. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they carry such a great range of top brands that you can choose from, including Provia. That's what I have. They're going to work with you to pick the perfect door just for you, and you can visit their showroom in Westchester, or they'll come to your house. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, give them a call or text them. They're listening right now. They're like-minded, 610-431-8898. You can visit them online, take a virtual tour, see all those before and after photos. I love that. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2.
The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Well, now's the time to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year's savings. Rescue is celebrating you, so save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements with the code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals are, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use the code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through January 31st.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, hour number 2, 7:01 on a Tuesday morning, January 21st, 2025. January's 2/3 of the way over with.
Doesn't today feel like January 45th?
I will say since
47.
Since like we broke for the Christmas break on December 19th. I don't know. It's just maybe it's just the weather. Everybody having some sort of a respiratory disease. Yeah, it's just been awful, right?
It has.
I am ready for spring.
Been absolutely awful.
Yes. 855-839-1210. It's how you join the program. You can get us on social media, 1210 WPHT, and, of course, the YouTube chat, where it was so nice to meet so many of you yesterday.
It was.
For the first time, the second time, or the 12th time.
Yeah, I met Jesus. I met Big Stinky Cheese. Big Stinky Cheese came up to me. Road Warrior was there. Kevin was there. I mean, it was great to see everybody there. Yeah. Gary Stam was there.
Yeah, you called the people out. You
said,
did. Don't fail us.
I told the YouTube chat that they better represent, and they represented.
Yeah, they definitely did.
It was like a big reunion. Hey, Zeus reminded me he used to go to some of the Parks events.
Oh, okay.
So we all met him.
Yeah. I feel bad because people are like, "Hey," and it was like we've met before, and I'm
well,
like,
"It was kind of a crazy day."
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
But I was like, "Jesus, that's before you were like the famous Jesus." Do you know what I mean?
Terrible with names.
Before he was movie clip Jesus.
I know. Yes.
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, cut sheet 745 this morning. Kamala Harris, a.k.a. SD, coming up at 9:30 today. And you're not going to want to miss the cut sheet. There is so many, I would say, not only variety, but just strong statements and ridiculous clips that we have to play for you today. So don't go anywhere because that thing could run for probably close to an hour.
Yeah, there's no way we're going to get it all in. So whatever we don't cover, Dawn will cover, Dom will cover, Rich will cover. So
there you go.
We'll get it all in all day.
All right.
Yep.
Let's get to the news, and then we'll get to Elon Musk and the media. But first, right off the top here, round number 2 at 7:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by Meineke on this bone-chilling morning. So cold that, in fact, the city of Philadelphia, many of the suburban areas across the region declaring these code blue alerts, calling this dangerously cold, saying it's the coldest day in nearly 2 years. Schools delayed, Philadelphia public schools and the Archdiocese schools, many of our local schools running on a 2-hour delay, so you want to make sure and check with that one. But wind chills are also below zero for the next several nights. And even this morning, as we get up, I think the high today is just 19 degrees. We're at about 11 right now. The Senate, I should have said this earlier on 6 a.m. news, but the Senate did confirm Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, making him the first of President Trump's cabinet nominees.
99-0, right?
Yes.
99-0, I think, was the vote.
99-0 vote. His former colleagues in the Senate touted his qualifications for the job.
You know, anytime somebody like Rubio gets in unanimously, it makes me even more suspect and suspicious.
I agree with
right?
you. I agree with you.
Like, Hegseth is, now granted, Hegseth has baggage. Gates was a walking disaster. Bobby's going to face pushback. Tulsi's going to face pushback. Well, Marco Rubio, 99 for 99.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, guy.
Why? Because of his ears?
Nah, just weaselly.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with you. Whenever both sides agree on something, you have to be a little suspect.
Right.
That is hysterical.
Which is amazing because I want unity, but not this much unity.
There needs to be a little pushback.
Yeah. Feels uniparty-esque, but what are you going to do? You can't get everything you want in this life.
But I'm telling you, it's because they worked in the Senate with him for so many years. They all know him.
Sure. He's a swamper now.
So, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So he's, that's interesting to me.
Yep.
We're talking this morning about Donald J. Trump news. There's a lot of it. And then the local fallout from all of those executives, nearly 100, as he has started his second administration with a bare cabinet, if you will. I mean, Rubio was, in fact, appointed yesterday. So we're following that, although others are expected to be, voted in today. So we're watching that vote very carefully. And then as well, looking at all of his executive orders. These are sweeping orders. So we're talking about all of it, of course. And then as far as the Liberty Ball, all of the dances last night, so the procedure was that he gave his speech, obviously the swearing-in ceremonies. Then he goes to the Inside rally with 20,000 people, signs some of these, then goes to the Resolute desk, if you will, to the Oval Office. He signs more of these executive orders, and then they go on to the balls and the evening.
He did at one of the balls last night, he did the Trump dance with a sword.
To the YMCA.
Did you guys see this?
I did.
This is cut 26,
Yes.
Phil. If you can pull this up, since we're kind of just free balling here.
Look at
this. Just swinging that sword around.
And that's a real one, folks. Look at that. In a bow tie, in a tux, with a sword to the village people. And his knees at 78 are probably better than mine at 41. Look at it. He's swinging it. You know, I said earlier with the executive actions, the pen is mightier than the sword. I take that back. No, the sword will still beat the pen.
You know, J.D. Vance was like backing up a little bit.
Everybody was. They were like, oh, boy.
Okay.
I love how still those two officers are standing. Like,
Yes.
just like, amazing.
Yep.
Yeah. And Melania, though, is laughing.
She is.
That's what cracked me up.
She's seen that before.
Yeah. Yes. Something tells me.
When they're in their bedroom.
Darling, you just swing your sword.
See, yes, just swing. There's been some sword play. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh my goodness.
Does the sword play come after foreplay or before?
I'm not sure.
I gotta, you know.
Woo!
My goodness.
Woo! So the president and all these different, these separate sets of executive orders declaring the government would recognize only two sexes, male and female, rolling back what these DEI diversity and inclusion programs across all federal agencies. Department of Defense, by the way, in 2019 estimates up to 8,000 transgender individuals served in the military, and that's just before the media is reporting that this is a Trump ban.
A Trump ban.
A Trump ban. So that's an important question. Is he banning, or is he simply saying we're not going to partake in these DEI programs? There's a difference there.
You know, I will be the first one to bring up the culture wars in the Trump era. And I don't think he will do this, but I would suggest and advise, and look, there's so many other things that he has to do, certainly more important things. And it's in no way like DeSantis being known as Mr. Culture Wars in Florida. Just remember, in 2021, you were able to win and run on culture wars and win. In 2022, it hurt Republicans. I'm not saying it will hurt Trump because Trump's different than governors and senators and people running for Congress. We know that there's a different turnout, there's a different platform, the whole bit. But I would not throw too many eggs into the culture wars basket. Do what you got to do to protect women. Do what you got to do to end DEI. And then let's get to the issues like the economy, the border, and wars like that. Don't overplay the culture wars hand. And I say that as a guy very much interested in culture wars and talking about it. And I don't think Trump has ever made it a major part of his platform, but I would just, do what you got to do and then move on to the bigger fish to fry.
So there was another one, and I'm just throwing out some headlines because we have so much to talk about today. But in this one, it was Trump administration quickly reinstating Cuba to a list by the United States government as state sponsors of terrorism. That's one of those Biden reversals that we've talked about. That's one of them. And so that was an important piece of legislation that you could. There are many articles written about it, but I just wanted to headline it for you. The Senate, we talked about Marco Rubio, but the Senate working to move quickly to formally install Trump's cabinet. And so hours after the inauguration, Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee meeting to advance those nominations, for example, of Russell Vought, as well as Governor Kristi Noem to lead the Office of Management and Budget, Department of Homeland Security. So we have they're trying to move through these, cabinet members and get them in place so he doesn't have, as I said earlier, an empty cabinet. Mm-hmm. We have that one going on. The Laken Riley Act, which we've talked a lot about, that one has indeed cleared the Senate. So we've talked a lot about the Laken Riley Act, who locally voted for it, voted against it. But as we think about the Laken Riley Act, an important act passing the Senate on a bipartisan vote, so they've done the right thing. 12 Democrats have been joining all Republicans voted for it, but they needed the Dems.
Yep.
Same with the House. So the measure would mandate the detention of more undocumented immigrants charged with crimes. Now goes to the House, which passed a similar but not identical bill earlier this month. We talked a lot about that, but the final Senate vote here, 64, that's all those who voted for it, 35, all Democrats voting against it.
I believe Fetterman was in the group that voted for it.
Yeah, because remember, he was working with, what's her name? Oh my gosh, Katie
Britt
yeah,
from
with
Alabama.
her. So yeah, Fetterman, absolutely.
Yeah.
Can we talk about Fetterman's attire yesterday? What do we think about that? What do we think about that? Cut 11, Phil, if you have it for the people watching on YouTube. Nick, you can describe the senator's attire. Roll it, buddy. There he goes.
Standard operating procedure.
Carhartt hoodie and shorts.
Business as usual.
It was 20 degrees yesterday.
Yeah.
In shorts.
And it was a presidential inauguration day.
Yeah.
And Fetterman stays on brand.
Thoughts?
Well, as a man who wears hooded sweatshirts a lot, can't knock it. But you know what? You could clean it up a little bit, dude. It is inauguration day. Like yesterday, for inauguration day, did I wear a hoodie out on remote? No. I wore a button-up shirt with a quarter zip over top of it. I was, as my daughters would say, I was looking a little preppy. Right? A little preppy. So, Fetterman, come on, man. You got to go. By the way, he looks like a Sasquatch that just emerged from the woods from a Jack Link's beef jerky commercial, showing up for gym class. Like he's going to do the V-sit and the shuttle run. Remember the physical fitness test we would take in gym class?
Yep.
Except I don't think he can do any of that because he's, 6'8", 320.
You know what? I'm so used to it.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of like his thing now.
It's
it's a little weird.
It's a little monk. He looks like a monk to me.
I'm so
a little monkish.
I am not the guy to talk about dressing up. I hate dressing.
So do I.
Absolutely hate it. It's one of the reasons I got into radio.
Yep.
But there is a time and a place for stuff.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So
when we have something with a client, I try to dress up more.
Agreed. Agreed.
Look,
I mean, Dawn and Rich and I went to the White House, and we all dressed up because that's what it required.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I hated wearing a suit. It was terrible. You know what I mean? You're trying to work there, and you're all uncomfortable, but that's what you do. You know what I mean? For the office.
Here's the flip side of it, and I think this is not if you're arguing on behalf of him, but if you're looking at it objectively, the Democrats have become the party of the coastal elite 1%ers, right? Very snooty,
Well, Nick Kayal, who was behind Trump yesterday? I mean, there was a lot of billionaires behind Trump, so we can stop with the Democrats are the party of the elite when big tech was all behind Trump yesterday.
One thing for CEOs to be that way. Another thing when you as a party pander to the elites that are not the CEOs of these companies.
A lot of those tech CEOs, in my opinion, should be in jail. Not at the inauguration.
Yeah, they're all scumbags. I don't trust any of them. I would keep them all at arm's length if I was Trump. But I think this works for Fetterman with the image of the Democrats catering to the elites. He shows off the optics of, quote, being the everyday man, right? Like he's the opposite of Shapiro. Shapiro always looks a 10 out. I say this as a straight man. Shapiro's always a 10 out of 10 in style and presentation. Fetterman's the complete opposite. You want to win back the middle class? Might start with a Carhartt hoodie.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
As one of the final acts in office, President Joe Biden pardoned several family members. And so this was literally minutes before Donald J. Trump took his oath of office. So it was right before the story. I don't think we knew about this. The story broke maybe at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, but we didn't really realize it. And then they had Trump's reaction because he didn't find out until around 1, 2, 3-ish in the afternoon. So they were saying that they were intended to prevent, quote, baseless and politically motivated investigations against his family. Biden already issued the sweeping pardons we've talked a lot about in December for example, his son Hunter, who was facing sentencing in those 2 criminal cases.
Yep.
but the pardons for his other family members signed Sunday were similar in the fact they were sweeping, covered all of their, quote, nonviolent actions dating back to 2014. But in this one, notably, his brother, James Biden, Francis Biden, as well as Valerie Biden Owens, his brother-in-law, John Owens, sister-in-law, Sarah Jones Biden. And this is one of the most extraordinary. This is being reported by all of the media as extraordinary.
Phil has the message that Joe published. How about this for a sentence? I believe in the rule of law, and I am optimistic that the strength of our legal institutions will ultimately prevail over politics. That's coming from a guy that just watched his political rival in 4 different court cases in our legal system. That is not partisan to politics. That's pretty rich.
Trump commented on that yesterday. This is cut 9, Phil, if you have it, on Trump on Biden's last-minute pardons. This is what he said.
Check. Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys. Should we go to lunch? Thank you very much. Okay.
So Trump hands the Sharpie back to the Sharpie guy to address it with basically a non-answer. And then there's MAGA Mike. You see him just nodding along. He is so happy to be next to Trump on his left shoulder.
But last night when he was at the Resolute desk during that, and it was kind of bizarre because he's signing really important pardons or executive orders, etc. Not pardons, executive orders.
Yep.
And that's the one where Peter Doocy was in there. There were just a few people in the media, and they're asking him questions. But they did ask him about that in that session.
Oh, did they?
And he said something to the effect of, I could have signed, I guess, for my family, but I wouldn't do that because it's basically an admission that they're guilty. So he said more. It was, I'm telling you, I will go back and look at it again. I watched it live. I have never in my life seen anything like that, where you have an incoming president, he's signing these things. The reporters are asking him, they get comfortable because this goes on for like an hour. And it wasn't supposed to. And they're riffing. And even at one point, Peter Doocy's like, hey, you've been spending a lot of time with ex-presidents, Mr. President. What if you had to take advice from any of those ex-presidents, which one would you choose? It was kind of an interesting question. He answered that it would be Bill Clinton because Bill Clinton was a good politician. He was savvy and recited back to the time that remember Clinton back in the day, and he was saying that you shouldn't ignore Wisconsin and Michigan, etc. But there were the really like golden nuggets. If I were still an adjunct professor, I would totally play that in class and say, what would you have asked? Were there inappropriate moments? Should they have just been sticking to, well, Mr. President, why would you sign, birthright citizenship, or what's the basis for? Some they did ask, some they didn't. So he's like signing historic things,
and he's riffing and having conversations
as if it's like they're having like a McDonald's burger. It was just like bizarre to me.
It was like he was conducting his own edition of What's on the Cut Sheet for an hour.
Yes. But we're just not used to seeing that.
Yeah, we're not.
You know what I mean? So
it's so different than the last 4 years of nothing.
Even Axelrod last night on CNN commented that he was like, he's like, wow, it's kind of refreshing to see a press conference.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because Biden went for so long without having any sort of press conference that the media kind of doesn't know what to do. They're like, what the hell is this? And Greg, what are we doing?
Yes, Greg brings up I think that nobody could be prepared for that moment. And so that's where people I think Peter Doocy asked really interesting questions.
Yeah.
But then there were questions about where Trump starts talking about the tariffs. He starts going into the money back and forth and with the country. If I'm somebody who's on the other side, let's say I work in the communications office for Trump, I don't know if I'm thrilled with that.
No.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because as a communications person, you want to kind of button up things.
Yep.
And you don't want him to let things out.
Yep.
And he is letting things out.
It is. It's so. I mean, just a few days ago, Mr. President, in reference to Joe Biden, does Donald Trump get any credit for it? And then Biden snaps back around. And he's like, "Is that a joke?
Yes.
Are you serious?" And then those days are over.
Yeah.
You're going to get too much now.
Yep. This is what Axelrod said yesterday.
I think also he said, "Gee, did Biden do this?" As in, I think he wanted to set a contrast with Biden, by going sort of having this rolling press conference. And
I mean, we rarely have seen something like that of a president just riffing from the.
Yeah, and it's and there's a reason for it, because the words of a president can actually send armies marching and markets tumbling and have real consequences. I actually think it's refreshing for presidents to be. I mean, I was among those who was critical of the lack of exposure of President Biden, and I think it's good for presidents to be exposed. It's better if they tell the truth when they're doing it. And as Daniel just said, a lot of that wasn't there. But we ought to focus on the sort of headline issue here. There are a lot of consequential things he did, but. That ceremony today was in the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. Everybody here remembers what happened there 4 years ago.
There you go.
So, all right, he said that's Axelrod. That's, the old right-hand man of Barack Obama. Let's see if they actually apply what he just said of focusing on what he does as opposed to, in Axelrod's words, the headlines, which is what the media always loves to run on because they want to talk about what Trump says.
Yeah, so I know that the media this morning, I'm trying to look at the overall, the J6, as he called them, the hostages, that's definitely dominating the so-called mainstream media as far as J6ers, but not really quoting Trump in that one as to him saying all of the evidence was destroyed or key evidence was destroyed, thus denying them due process. But J6 and locally Zachary Rehl is the notable one. And the media, I will say, biased by omission, not mentioning that Zach Rehl, his service as a United States Marine, the fact that his wife locally and 2 daughters and baby daughter, they live here. They live in the Northeast.
Well, luckily the media doesn't need to, because you do every chance you get.
I do. Because I try to make up for look, if you're going to talk about somebody local in the local media, why not just say they served in the United States Marines, a Temple grad? They would say it about anybody else. Why not say it in this context of this story? I'm just saying.
All right, we have to break.
All right. Let me do my sponsor really quick. On this frigid day where it's never going to feel like it's above 11 degrees today, although the high is 19. Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke. Their expert technicians are going to diagnose that problem. Find a location nearest you. Meineke.com. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, our first media hoax of Trump 2.0. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The ones right behind me that sponsor our beautiful studios. We're talking about Honda today and the Honda Prologue specifically. Honda's first all-electric SUV with a range of almost 300 miles on a single charge and a fast charge time. You can cruise the roads worry-free. It has 3 charging options to choose from, including a portable charging kit for when you're on the go. You can lease the Prologue today for as low as $229 per month. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Pottstown, Springfield, Reading, or Langhorne, or you can shop anytime online at piazzahonda.com and tell them that Nick Kayal sent you.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. It's a new year, so how about a new smile? The smile of your dreams, a smile you deserve. That's why you need my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile without spending $1 million on it. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. It's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you are on the fence about getting that dental procedure, or you've already had an estimate, get a second opinion. Reach out to Dr. Mike today. I promise you will not be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for that perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, get 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Sale ends January 31st, so schedule your consult now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Oh, yes. Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. It's where thousands of people go each day to watch the most entertaining talk radio show in the country in Morning Drive with a visual component. Some would say it's like a television show.
By the way, can I just give a plug real fast? If you want to see any of the pictures, there are a ton of pictures taken yesterday. If you want to see any of the pictures from the Newtown Athletic Club yesterday from our live broadcast, we were out there. The Dawn Show was out there. Dom was out there. Many of you were out there. The pictures are, most of them, all of them, I think, are up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see that, make sure you like and subscribe to, or like the, I don't know, what do you do with Facebook? Like it? Sure.
Yeah, like it.
Also, it's on our Instagram, so 1210WPHT on Instagram. So all the pictures are up there if you want to see them.
Yes, and if you want to watch me holding the Trumpinator while we talk, this is also available for you on YouTube. I'll just put this little guy right over there. So it's a bit like my little paperweight moving forward.
He's gonna comment on the cut sheet.
Exactly right. So let's talk about the first media hoax of the second Trump term, which is Elon Musk yesterday at Inauguration Day giving Elon Musk's speech, right? And it was, I thought, a relatively good, when Elon gets excited and he smiles a little bit and he has a little energy, he is, I would say, from a presentation standpoint, he is tolerable. When he's like on the Joe Rogan podcast, I would like to put a rifle to my head because it's painful to listen to that guy talk. But when he gets excited, I can tolerate him as far as an audio video consumption standpoint. But what I have no tolerance for is the media hoaxes. And the Democrats in the media have not learned. They ran on Trump is Hitler. And which, by the way, think about this. Not only did America reject that, but in the final hours of the Biden administration, Israeli hostages released, in which a lot of people believe that Donald Trump had a lot to do with that. So would Hitler really have Jewish hostages released? The answer is no, he would kill them. So then we get to Elon Musk, and I want to play two clips for you. CNN started this, and then Politico ran with it. And I was scanning the websites yesterday of all the usual suspects, newspaper, television, digital, and I just wanted to see how many were going with it. Politico was the first to follow up and take the bait on the CNN commentary. Phil, this is clip K10, where CNN comments in real time to Elon Musk what they say using a Nazi gesture. Clip K10, let it roll.
I just want to look at that salute that he gave again, just if anybody missed it. We'll just show it again. He's just wrapped up here. You can hear the. All right, so we just showed that. We just showed that.
Right. It's worth
salute.
It was quick. I think our viewers are smart and they can take a look at that. But it certainly was. It's not something that you typically see at American political rallies. Put it that way.
No, it was not something that you usually would see. And it was quick, as you point out. It was very quick, but it was in a moment of intensity for him as he came out dancing, and then he did that. He is a hero here.
And I just want to say thank you
for
making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured.
Oh my God! Anybody who they are such dishonest a-holes.
Just grasping at straws or intentionally misleading the people. I mentioned in the big take, Jake Tapper. I played Jake Tapper, all the tech bros, right, Jake? All of the Amazons and the Googles and the Metas and the X's, all the CEOs lining up, right, for an era of disinformation. And your network, fresh off of you being found liable for defamation, are trying to put Elon Musk and Nazi salutes in the same category. Now, you talk about, and I don't know who that was to the right of Aaron Burnett. I don't know if that was Pamela Brown, the weekend anchor.
Isn't that Casey Hunt?
Is that Casey Hunt?
Yes.
Okay.
So Aaron, usually she's pretty,
boring?
But, she's usually not as much, I don't think, as some of the others.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's as political like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to know behind the scenes how that played out and did because there's a culture we know at CNN. And so in my humble opinion, and we saw with Collins, like Caitlin Collins, they get in their ear and they're like, look at that. We need to replay that. We need to focus on that. No, you don't. And I liked that she said,
you're blaming a producer, Dawn?
No. I'm simply saying I would never blame you, Greg.
Good.
I take accountability for my stupidity when I do it. But I'm just saying I can't even believe that they would do that, because if you're watching it live, you can say, there's no reaction to it.
Yeah.
So they're pointing something out does that warrant it? So how does that play out behind the scenes? That's my question.
So Casey Hunt says this is something you don't see at American political events. Well, actually you do. And Democrats have done that maneuver countless times. Phil, can we throw up the 4-piece montage here? There's Hillary, there's Obama, there's Kamala, and there's Pocahontas.
Yeah, none of them were giving the Nazi salute either.
No, none of them. None of them at all.
That was the biggest. I saw that, and I was just like, they just don't learn.
Yes. Can we actually play, Phil? I know you gave a little bit of Elon in further context, but I believe Politico, K11, this is about a 35-second clip where you will get the full context of all of his gestures.
We can't do that, Nick. We can't give full context here.
No! Context be damned.
That's what I'm saying.
No ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. This there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, important. Some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Okay, there's the hand and then the arm out with the chest. Goes to the back.
My heart goes out to you.
My heart goes out. And of course, social media critics immediately compared the gesture to the victory salute that the Nazis used in Germany.
But when he says my heart, if you're not watching on YouTube, when he's saying my heart goes out to you, it's like he's putting his hand on his heart.
Yep.
And then he's as if he's taking his, and I do this with my kids, like I do a heart shine, right? So he's taking his heart and then he's extending his arm as if, like almost in mass when they extend and they're doing this sprinkling you with holy water, as if he's like extending his arm from his heart out to you,
right?
And so in the context that you're saying, he's saying my heart is with you, and he's it's like my heart. He can't say it any more strongly, and he does that a couple times as if he turns then like to the flag and he's extending his heart to the love of country, his heart to the people. I'm trying to just describe it if you're not seeing it or if you haven't seen it.
And not to mention, and I think, Dawn, you have said this in the past and others have kind of, implied or probably pretty close to accurate, or maybe it even is published fact. He's kind of right on the spectrum, right?
Oh, absolutely.
No,
that's common. That's something that his family, his mom has spoken about. Why she came from South America to this country, etc., was because he was, I think it was Asperger's that he had been diagnosed with.
That's what
so
it is.
On the spectrum.
Yeah.
And so, yes, is he socially, like a lot of like brilliant minds, and quite frankly, boys tend to be more on the spectrum, if you will, than girls. That's just a fact. So, yeah, he's a little spectrumy, as my one son says, a little bit of the tism. And so that a little socially different, if you will.
Right.
But I just think I don't know why I should set myself up to be disappointed, but I am disappointed by Erin Burnett. I wish she's usually smart and pretty good live. I wish she would have said, let's listen to the sound. Let's play this in context. I wish she would have done that. And I think it behooved her to do that.
You know what would have been more interesting if like there was any sort of disagreement where one of them could have said, hey, was that a Nazi salute? Just didn't be like, no, that was just he was just doing the heart. You know what I mean? Like have real dialogue like we do here. You know what I mean? Like where we don't always agree on everything, and we have a spirited conversation. But it's just two puppeted robots, dummies that sit there and go, yes, that must have been a Nazi salute. Yes, it was. Well, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Precise example, 6:07 this morning. You guys were anointing Barron Trump the future leader of the world, and I said he's kind of a James Bond stiff.
I said he's going to be the shining star of the Trump administration in 25.
I just want to know if he can hit a 7-iron. That's all I care about. But I mean, think about this. We had them running on Hitler. We had dictator on day one, which, by the way, was Trump a dictator yesterday? I don't know if that ever came to fruition. Threat to democracy. I've got all these different hoaxes written down. Very fine people of Charlottesville. Bloodbath with the auto market, not on the streets. Biden is sharp as attack. The Russia hoax, the Steele dossier, UC Smollett, drinking bleach for COVID. Hunter's laptop is disinformation. Ivermectin, peaceful protests, Duke volleyball, kids in cages, the Covington kids, whipping migrants at the border with agents. Or anything else?
Nick, you really did your research, didn't you, man? By the way, you asked if he was actually a dictator on day one.
Yes.
This presidential historian on CNN says, in fact, he made good on his promise that he was a dictator on day one. Phil, can you roll cut 12 here?
Naftali, you were pointing out in history the record for executive orders on the first day is what?
9.
By
Biden. And
that seemed like a lot.
Well, and Trump himself didn't have many executive orders the first time around on January 20th. So he has decided to make good on his promise to be a dictator on day one. Remember that promise? That's what he's made good. I just want to make a point.
There you go.
There you go. If there's one guy more boring on TV on CNN than Anderson Cooper, they found him. It was that historian. Not that historians are ever entertaining. Just to put a bow on this, though, I saw this poll from Kayal, which is CNN's kind of deep dive analytics that goes beyond my buddy Harry Enton. And the CNN poll has shown that the Democrat Party, how they are viewed by Americans today, only 33% approval rating. It is the lowest perceived perception for the Democrat Party since 1992. And I wonder why that is. Is it perhaps because every time you see something you don't like, you just automatically want to you pull out all the rhetoric and go as far divisive as Hitler and Nazi salutes? But then again, I don't know. Look, I don't think they've learned, and I'm fine with that. Keep doing it.
They clearly haven't learned. It's day one,
Seriously.
and they're already running with it.
You're 11 weeks removed from the election, and nothing has changed for you, and that's fine by me.
Look, I have to be consistent, and that's one of my biggest things is that I was all over the right when they were all over Barack Obama for every little thing, like, oh, he wore a tan suit and this, that, and the other. People need to stop with the everything is hair on fire day one. And if you're going to do this, if the media is going to run with this, the tune-out factor is going to be larger than you ever would have imagined.
Oh, yes.
Because people are just tired of it. They're just tired of it. People voted for this. They want to see it. Like, let's see how this plays out. And, from day one, now 6 hours into his administration, like, well, Elon Musk did a Nazi salute. It's like, what?
Yeah. CNN, just so you know, you are so out of touch that you're making ESPN look relatively modest and moderate to the point where Trump is so popular now that ESPN during the halftime show of their college football national championship game last night, they played a message from Donald Trump.
It's amazing.
When normally they wouldn't even show the guy on camera in a suite.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
855-839-1210. The cut sheet is coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 Gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 Gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 Gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It is with heavy hearts that we announce the passing of retirement phase expert Philip J. Cannella III, the visionary founder of the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, Retirement Media Inc., and host of the Crash Proof Retirement Show. Phil passed away peacefully on January 8th, 2025 at 2:30 a.m. with his wife and longtime business partner and courageous co-host Joanne Small Cannella faithfully by his side. Phil was 69 years old. In April 2022, Phil was diagnosed with stage 4 bile duct cancer. Phil fought his illness as he lived his life with great courage, grace, principles, and a determination to live each day to its fullest, working every day on behalf of the American retiree to the very end. Phil built a legacy of steadfast dedication to consumer advocacy by using truth, logic, wisdom, and his time-tested philosophies to develop the exclusive crash-proof retirement system. His steadfast and relentless mission to empower individuals was centered around comprehensive financial education, which shed light on the hidden pitfalls of Wall Street that everyday Americans were unaware of. In his own words, in a world of deception, truth and logic will always prevail. The most important message that we would like to leave with you is that Phil, along with his wife and partner, Joanne Small Cannella, took great care over the years to ensure that the safeguards, protections, philosophies, and core values that have always been the foundation of crash-proof retirement will live on, and that the unparalleled consumer protection provided by the exclusive crash-proof retirement system will continue to grow and thrive into the future. Phil's legacy lives on through our executive team, led by Joanne Small Cannella and Tracy Stillman, as well as our team of consumer advocates at Crash Proof Retirement, all of whom share the same foundational values that made Phil the financial gladiator he was. And our promise to Mr. Cannella is to always preserve his legacy forever. His vision continues to drive crash-proof retirement forward in the pursuit of a better life for all Americans. To quote Phil, "You can make a living from what you earn, but you can make a life from what you give." In loving memory of Phil Cannella, you will never be forgotten.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Packed my bags last night, pre-flight. 0 hour, 9 a.m.
He's just a wang.
And I'm gonna be high.
Kayal and Company, 750.
Did we get the wanker cut from yesterday?
It's going up after the show.
Thank you.
Jimmy Kelly says we will have that, as well as the other Piers Morgan. What was it?
Fob. Fobbed off.
Fobbed off. Fobbed off.
Whatever that means. Maybe I just broke an FCC violation by doing that. I can have a meeting with myself.
Yeah. In the conference room at 10:04. All right, coming up 9:30 this morning, we will hear for the last time, hopefully, Kamala Harris, as our gal Esty Palti from New York will join us. The greatest Kamala Harris impression that you will ever hear or see. I mean, she actually has. It's so scary because we talk about Sean Farish doing Trump with the mannerisms and the way the face contorts. She does Kamala's facials just as well as Farish does Trump's.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. So we'll have some laughs one last time with her. Coming up at 9:30, but right now, let's get right to it. 7:51. What is on that cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
So last night, what's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sorry, I forgot
You almost forgot your lead in.
I forgot my bit there. Last night at the 8 o'clock hour, I think right at 8 o'clock, Trump was at the desk, the Oval Office desk, signing the Resolute desk in the old Oval Office. Thank you, Dawn. Always there to correct me. I really appreciate that.
You were there.
I was. That's why I said I appreciate that. Unlike husbands that don't always like it when their wives correct them, I actually like it when you correct me. Not that we're
Glad you
married,
like it.
but yeah.
I tell my wife, just roll with it.
He's like Bluto. Don't stop him. He's rolling. So he took a bunch of questions yesterday. Let's start off. We played this earlier. He talks about pardoning over 1,500 January 6ers. This is cut 25, Phil, if you want to roll it.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again.
Signs it.
So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it. Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
I actually saw two different things last night. Don't know how factually correct they are because again, it's on social media. But one person that was involved as a quote J6 defendant, I believe a female, tweeted that she was pardoned, and then she said, thanks Trump, thank God, it's been hell for however many months and months and months, years and years, obviously, that she's had to deal with it. And then I saw a video, and this is the one I cannot confirm the authenticity of, but I believe it was a man that was crying on social media.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Again, don't know his name, don't know, again, who knows what's real, what's not, but I can't imagine for those that really did nothing wrong, especially right off the top, not committing any sort of violent act. And then those that were denied due process, that has got to be like the greatest Christmas gift that you will ever have in your lifetime.
Yeah, agreed. Look, I said this earlier. I'm going to say it again. This is what January 6th was on the ballot in a big way.
Yeah.
In 24. And the American people voted against it.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, and Trump said he was going to do it. So, to all my liberal friends out there who were shocked and appalled by all this, this is what the American people voted for, and he's doing what he said he was going to do. And the American people don't care about this.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
The end.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Road Warrior, somebody on the YouTube chat said this earlier, so I did a little digging. I found this video. There's in D.C., all but two, J6 defendants are still locked up. And some Trump supporters were outside and asking the police department, the officers there, why. And they're saying that nobody else will be freed from the facility. This is a little bit of that audio, Phil Rowlett.
I'm giving you literally all I got. But no more are going to be released tonight, okay? And tomorrow is a brand new day. We'll see what tomorrow brings, okay? I'll probably be here with you. Okay?
It's a violation. You don't release them after release.
No, I was told no more tonight.
No more tonight.
No more tonight, okay?
We trust you.
And tomorrow, I don't know. Okay? And that's the best I got for you.
Can you tell us the condition of the prisoners?
Nope. I'm sure they're fine.
We just worry that you release them after we left.
No. The commander has assured me no more being released tonight.
Oh, good.
Okay?
We worry about their code.
I understand. I very much understand.
Okay. Tell your boss. He's humanitarian.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, don't razz and harass that guy. What is he's a random officer out on the street. He knows very little.
But I think the one lady said, "I believe you." So I don't know.
I'd be like, ma'am, you see, I've got my hands here inside of my vest, around my breasts. I mean, it's freezing cold out here. I'm sure they'll all come out tomorrow. Why don't we just go home and get a hot chocolate? Jeez.
So there you go. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if there was some sort of a timeline that
because they have to process.
Processing.
Yeah, it's not like they just open up the cells and say, "Go ahead, you're free to go. Run, hurry."
But if you knew it was coming, this is because the mother of Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, his mother tweeted out, "My son is being released," before I think Trump even signed the executive order.
Oh.
So there must have been word that it was coming down.
Little leak, inside information.
Because to Dawn's point, you can't just they need to be processed.
Yeah, it's about 1,500 individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine the paperwork, the processing.
Oh,
so I don't know what the timeline looks like, but I imagine, to your point, that they had to start processing. I don't know what would that look like the day before, 2 days before. I mean, they knew that it was coming.
A reporter also asked about the drones in New Jersey. Remember those?
No, this I'm very intrigued by.
This is cut 24, Phil.
But is it anything, these drones, is it anything that people need to be worried about?
No, I think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people.
And can you commit to some kind of...
In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie?
This is Susie Wiles.
Okay.
Susie, get on this.
Yeah,
Susie?
we find out immediately.
Immediately.
But you heard Peter Ducey led this.
Yeah.
People would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was. They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting, right?
And with the events today...
All right, there you go.
So, I think there was part of me initially, the first time Trump was asked to comment on this publicly, that said he has to know. Somebody's probably told him. But when the drones are flying over Bedminster, which obviously is his property, golf, the whole bit, which, thank you to Alex, I'm going to be playing Bedminster. Alex came out yesterday, a friend of our buddy Kevin Poles, and is going to get us on Bedminster to play, which is going to be glorious. But if he doesn't know after they were flying over his beloved property, I'm going to take him at his word here.
He knows.
You think so?
Yeah.
Do we know? We never really came to the conclusion as a show what we thought was going on. Because remember, we broke for the holiday, and it was a story, and we came back, and it was pushed to the back burner.
Yeah.
Nobody. And by the way, for those that are listening, if you're still seeing anything, I mean, I would love some sort of phone video evidence or, a phone call or a tweet. I mean, I haven't heard a word. I haven't heard a peep.
Yep.
You could search drones right now on Twitter. I bet you're not going to see a recently published video. course, somebody will find one and then totally dunk on me for saying that. But
Well, I mean, if Susan Wiles is on it, then she's good. So we'll see. Speaking of Peter Doocy, Dawn mentioned Peter Doocy. Apparently, this is cut 41, Phil. Trump thanked Peter Doocy because he told them, "Hey, you might want to check the top drawer there because Joe Biden left you a letter."
Yeah, this was
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Wait. Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we got it. Wow. Thank you.
What does it say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help.
since 47 on the envelope.
Passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What did you talk to him about in the limo?
Unification of our country. I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, "Excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more." So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Do you think you should have read it?
Yes.
Out loud.
1,000%. 1,000%. I'm going to venture to guess that it said something like, "I really didn't mean the Hitler stuff. Sorry people took it legitimately and shot at you. Still think I would have defeated you had Cacklebox not been inserted.
Cacklebox.
With regards, Joseph Biden." That's probably what it said, if I had to guess. But that's just, me spitballing here on the cut sheet.
He was asked about the ceasefire in Gaza in the Middle East. This is cut 40. Roll it.
Confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
Do you support the 2-state?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, best weather. Everything's good. It's
Might build a golf course there.
Yeah.
Some beautiful things could be done with it, but
Trump Gaza.
It's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have. Well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead.
Can I just tell you how refreshing it is to hear somebody in political office say it's their war, it's not ours?
Yep.
As somebody that is sick of wars and the endless war machine and the military-industrial complex, whether it's today's Democrat Party or the Lindsey Graham Republicans, the old Bush Warhawks, all of that, so refreshing to hear that. And oh, by the way, I believe I saw this. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Trump temporarily suspended all foreign aid for 90 days. I believe that was something that came down last night. If, in fact, I saw that correct and that's true, I hope what he will come out and say today is I actually misspoke, or maybe my Sharpie ran out of ink. I meant 900 days, as in no money for anybody else but America for the next 4 years.
Well, what he's saying is pending reviews. So that's when, and he talks about this at the Resolute desk. He says that he says we get a raw deal as Americans, that all these countries make money off of us. We give all of this money out. We have bad trade deals with most countries except a few. And he even says, I'm not going to name the ones who don't get a profit because he says something to the effect of they'll feel stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to name them. But he wants to review all of this and give us, obviously, negotiate a better deal.
On TikTok, he was asked about TikTok. This is cut 29. Phil?
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless, worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion, $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations.
What do you guys think about
I
that?
want more than half. If it's going to be,
they're a private company, guys.
Well,
we can't just
yeah, but here you
the
got
government can't just come in and say we now own half of your private company.
But this is fascinating because what he's saying is the law that has been passed that he gave an extension on. That the law is This is all about the negotiation. Listen to what he says in this clip. What he's saying is, if they decide that if he says kibosh, we're doing a ban, then TikTok becomes worthless.
Well, yes, because 170 million Americans use it, and if those 170 million aren't on there, that thing just goes to pennies.
So what he's saying, Greg, is negotiation power. That's all that he cares about. Because
but
think
he
about
wants
how
50% control of TikTok. The government can't just come in and say we now own 50% of your privately owned company.
I don't think is he saying the government or that it's, in other words, the
American people.
No, what he
the
says
government
is
would buy it.
What he's saying is that they're working out a deal. Listen to me. Listen to what he says. Can you play the clip? Because what he's saying is an American company. They want to work out a hybrid deal. The deal is that China is gathering our information. The deal is they want to keep the server on U.S. soil and have like a co-owner with the Americans controlling the information gathering. Because they're all gathering. We know this. We learned this in those training sessions with DuckDuckGo. They're all gathering and storing.
Sure, but
the difference with DuckDuckGo is they don't store it.
The pressing issue, though, is why China was totally content with it going dark and not willing to sell it. For what it's worth, I just did a quick search. It says, and I used...
Which they called a stunt, by the way.
Okay. I used Google, by the way, but I mean, this could be right, it could be wrong. According to recent data, TikTok has approximately 1.5 billion users worldwide. So I'm actually going to push back on Trump. Trump's saying that if I save TikTok, it's worth $1 trillion, and if I don't, it's worth nothing. Well, if you have 170 million Americans using an app, and there's a total of 1.5 billion people globally using it, America is actually like 10% or less. So it's not going to go to crap. I actually disagree with Trump there.
What he's saying is if he kills it, it's dead. If they ban it, it's banned.
Yes.
So then it's worthless in this. It's worthless. They lose all that money.
In this country, but it's still going to have 90% of its users globally.
It doesn't matter. We're the ones. We're the gluttons. We're the one. You know what I mean? We're the gluttons in this country. Like in the world, we eat more than anybody. We consume more than anybody.
True.
Right?
And we all have mental health because of TikTok. But so, all right, before we play this clip, though, so keep in mind with the context of buying it, and Greg, you're saying it's not possible, not allowed, not legal. TikTok is owned by the Chinese company ByteDance. So they would have to, unless I'm wrong here, they would have to sell it to somebody, right?
Right.
Trump just can't say we're seizing it.
If you're China and you're ByteDance and you want this app to be used in the United States of America, then you might say, hey, yeah, okay, we'll give up whatever percentage ownership of this just to make sure, to Dawn's point, because we consume it more than anybody else, that this app is used in our country.
So we're actually asking the questions that those journalists should be asking in front of him.
So yes, from that aspect, from that negotiating aspect, I do agree that we have the power in this because China wants that. ByteDance wants our users.
Yeah.
They need our users.
Yes.
So they'll do something in order to make sure that we don't go dark in 90 days or whatever.
Okay, so let's play this and roll this back and then continue.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, roll, Phil.
Go ahead, Phil. Go ahead, Philip.
Now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that anymore?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal or I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless, worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion, $1 trillion. So if I do the deal I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half.
The TikTok CEO.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many.
We would have a joint
ideas.
venture.
But I think he's saying American business. I don't think he's saying the United States government would control TikTok. That's what I infer from it because, to Greg's point, that would be historic. We've never seen that before. I only learned this from my teenage sons last night, that Americans are turning to another Chinese app, which is known as Red Note.
Yeah. Oh, great.
And so it would pose the same issue, that this may now go to court.
We are the dumbest people.
I know.
Yeah. We are the dumbest people.
Yeah. Well, forget what it's worth, what we're paying for it, whose value goes up or down. All I care about is the security of Americans. I'll answer it a different way this time around after playing that clip a second time. I don't want 50%. I want 100% from the standpoint of ensuring that Americans' information or data is preserved. And you can say, well, we already give it out. But we're talking specifically here about TikTok. We're not talking about Apple Pay. We're not talking about Venmo. We're not talking about other platforms. We are talking specifically about TikTok. And if you can assure us via transparency, because, again, we can slam the Biden administration for corruption with social media all we want and believe that Kash Patel and all of these people are going to do right by us. But I want to know for sure that our information is protected, because I don't trust any of these federal agencies, no matter who's in charge.
Our information is not protected, no matter what what they say. It is not protected. It doesn't matter. Yep. I'm not even talking about that because I don't think it should have been banned in the first place.
Same here.
But if we're going to go down this road, look, I'm all for a United States company coming in and saying, "Hey, we have the negotiating power here because if you want this app used in our country, then we need half or whatever they negotiate." But the government can't swoop in and say, "This is we now own half of this." Can you play a little more of this because I want to hear more of the?
Oh, there's more.
The explanation, yeah.
The CEO now, did he say that he's open to that idea?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. They really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president a right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok. Polices it a little bit or a lot. Depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China. They make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok.
Agreed.
And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally. But, I went on TikTok, and I won young people up by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok then, or how would it get that 50%?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok could continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner.
The U.S.?
But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as well?
Could be, yeah. Could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. Yeah. But you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China, TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half?
I mean, again, it's not really about TikTok. It's about the slippery slope this creates with, tech platforms and free speech and government being involved in it. But I would say this, too, because I got tweets and a couple of texts yesterday, and we gave you the story that I think it was BBC reported Elon Musk was interested in buying TikTok, and then another outlet came out and said there's no truth to that. But if TikTok is worth as much as what the internet says it's worth, or whoever speaks says it's worth, remember this. Elon Musk purchased Twitter for $22 billion. TikTok is worth far more. People have texted me, well, why doesn't Trump buy it himself? Trump can't afford to buy TikTok.
Well, it would also be a weird, because he's the president.
Yeah.
So that would be the U.S. government.
Trump's
you know what I mean?
Rich, but he's poor compared to Bezos and Musk.
If Zuckerberg or Musk or any of these, privately owned business, if they want to buy it, great. But if we're talking the U.S. government, then I have a huge issue with that.
I agree with what you're saying. I fully inferred because he talked about we have a lot of bidders. And bidders,
right.
Not bitter, like
in your drink.
Yes.
Sorry.
Always goes back to alcohol with you, brother.
Just coffee in here.
Yeah.
Swear to
okay,
God.
Sure.
So I infer that he's talking about making sure that, and that's the issue we've talked about. Remember Stacey Garrity, the treasurer here in Pennsylvania? Remember that? That was was that like a year and a half ago?
Yeah,
Stacey
like
Garrity. Remember the treasurer here said, hey, TikTok is not allowed to be on any devices, computers for Pennsylvania, anybody in the Treasury Department because of the national security risk. So that's why I'm inferring that what they're talking about is that whole issue of any information that they do want to gather and store cannot leave this country. And that's the argument, that they're still going to gather it. And then I guess the negotiation would include can they keep it here on servers like Google does. Google does this.
Right.
So they gather the stuff about us and then they store it somewhere in a server, but it's on US soil. But then my other question is TikTok, we learned in all those hearings, remember that? That the FBI and others were saying, and their probes showed that TikTok actually has they can look into your texts, into the content of your emails, very health information. I mean, you name it, banking, health, anything, the affair you're having, the plot that you're plotting, whatever that is, that TikTok not only can see it, but they've retrieved it and they're storing it on foreign soil.
And that's illegal, correct? Or
well,
is that
that's what they did. That's what. Yes, to your point, that's what they deemed as quote illegal. So I have a lot of questions. I inferred yesterday from all of that Trump was saying, and I wish the reporters, quite frankly, had done a better job of nailing him down with that. I thought that he was saying that a U.S. company would kind of co-own it and at the very least keep the information they gather on our soil. I would wish that they do the DuckDuckGo way, which is that they make it illegal for anybody to store your information.
Well, that was going to be my next question, and I'm glad you brought that up because I'm thinking back to the Patriot Act after 9/11 and, the tightening of the noose, so to speak, on our freedoms and our liberties.
Yeah.
Right. And then in the smartphone world we live in, and the fact that, by the way, when we buy our phone and we get our service from whatever service provider and we download apps, we don't ever read the fine print. We just click agree, or I've read and acknowledged, and I do the digital signature. That's why I was asking if it's legal or illegal, because there might be some fine print in there that we just totally gloss over, that we basically consented to having them be able to go into our phone and read things beyond what they're in there supposedly to do, right?
Clearly, I think that's what we all do. We've unknowingly agreed to the fact they can go in there and take our information. I did not know. Here's what I don't know. Is Google able to, do they have your content of all of your emails?
Mm-hmm.
And then can you prevent that? Because you probably can.
Right.
But I actually think they do.
Deb says on Twitter, do people really believe that not a single American can create an app similar or even better than TikTok? It's a good point. We've got a lot of smart people out there in this country. Why don't we create one here? I don't know. Call it TikTok Trump for all I care. 855-839-1210.
You would love that, Nick.
Yeah, he would. Mark is in Philadelphia. He's got thoughts on this. Mark, you go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Mark.
And ladies. Hey, so before I get, Kennedy brought my vote over. I voted for Biden for last time. I voted for Trump this time, hoping at least we can get the food straightened out. I'm not expecting anything else from this administration.
Amen.
I love Kennedy.
Okay.
So first thing, if I get a couple minutes, first thing is with this Trump. If you notice, when he's talking about buying TikTok, he's like, oh, of course for the United States. We all know he's not buying it for the United States. He has his kid Kushner. He has Mr. Beast. I don't know if you guys know Mr. Beast. He's like this huge, he's even talking about buying it. Just let him buy it. Like all these influencers, they could purchase it.
Yep.
And also my second point, when Trump was talking about Gaza, I said this from the beginning. I hope you guys don't hate me for saying it, but Netanyahu sacrificed his people for this Gaza to be blown up the way it is. If you notice Trump saying, oh, it's going to be different. Of course it's going to be different because it was the plan from the beginning. Gaza's not nice right now. Of course they're going to make it look like Las Vegas. It's like they're in with the Saudis. It's a shame. I hope it all well works out, but at least Kennedy, hopefully for the food.
All right.
Thanks for the time.
Mark in Philadelphia. Yeah, I mean, just on the TikTok thing. Again, Dawn, you might have said this when the world's most wealthiest people list was released recently. What was Trump? He was like 568th or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess, in theory, with a loan and credit and, what cash he has, I guess it's possible. But just if
Trump, you think that maybe Trump would buy it?
People have been recommending and saying, well, why doesn't Trump just buy it?
He couldn't even manage it. When you're president, you have to turn everything over to that blind trust.
Yeah. But also the price of it. And again, I don't really care what it's worth. I don't use it. But if Elon paid $22 billion for Twitter 3 years ago, I can't imagine what TikTok would go for.
He just said $500 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just think that, I don't know. I'm with Greg, though. I'm not comfortable with I don't know why we're comfortable with any government running.
Amen.
Running
anything.
I
don't want the government running anything,
to
be honest with you.
Now, by the way, China denies, the Chinese Communist Party, they claim that their story, just so we have it, is that they claim, no, ByteDance owns this. We don't have control. The Chinese, that's what they claim.
Sure.
But aren't we? So that's why I just think, wow, that's really the antithesis of what we stand for as a capitalist. We are capitalists. To take ownership of a social media company, government-run social media, that's a little Erdogan-y, like Turkey. So I'm not comfortable with that either.
It's interesting because, we've seen Supreme Court cases and, we talk about all these different internet cases that are out there. I mean, we're in this social media era where my total gut feeling, those 9 justices, they don't want things like this to reach, their level of the courts, because the precedent that they would set moving forward on government involvement, what is free speech, because we know that the government can't restrict speech, but, whether you like it or not, Facebook or TikTok, they were legally allowed to ban you as a company. You were not entitled to free speech. But where it became a very dicey issue was when the government, at the behest of the Biden administration, is yelling and pressuring at Facebook to take it down. That's where you can argue, and I believe successfully, that your free speech rights were violated. But, if Jack Dorsey was just like, I don't like this guy, man, that's his business. And, you can hate it, but, the rules are the rules.
You want to take this call?
Oh, we have another one. Yes, on the TikTok front. Vince in Moorestown. Hello, Vince.
Hey, guys. Things are evolving in this business world with
this type of technology. And I don't think Trump is as nuts as he sounds with regarding the $500 billion. The U.S. can indeed get $500 billion in our pocket. We don't necessarily need to keep TikTok. You then immediately flip it to a group of U.S. investors for potentially another $400 or $500 billion, and you get paid almost twice for this, and you're out of it.
Okay, I like that.
Okay. And then what will the citizens of this country be on the receiving end of the taxes involved in this that maybe the government can put back into our roadways, our infrastructure, our pockets?
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, so if this was a deal, right? The art of the deal.
Yeah.
What would appease you if you knew the citizens were going to get a cut of this, at the flip side being, well, maybe free speech, well, maybe government interference in meddling in your personal information? It's kind of a balancing act, is it not, as a citizen?
It is, but the same thing is, all that can be hashed out. I think I just wanted to make the point, we don't need to be owners. We are, intellectual property owners only for the purposes of creating unfound wealth for the United States. And if you want to, even if you flip it for $300 billion, people will be salivating at that number. You could rake in $800 billion and do a lot of things with that. Make any safeguards necessary for the app itself, future apps going forward. I mean, on our side of the fence, you could put armed guards at every school for the next 100 years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a million things you could do with that money.
Yeah, that's a good point, Vince. I'll tell you what, right now, I would sign off on TikTok being purchased by the government if they just finished paving Route 202.
There is a price for you, isn't there?
As the $1 Million Man once said, everybody's got a price.
Listen, I have a ton more. Can we continue on the other side of this?
Yes.
Because I'm making the case. I made this case at 6:02. Nick disagrees with Dawn and I. Barron Trump will be the shining star of the Trump campaign, or the Trump presidency of 2025 for the next 4 years. And I have proof, and I will show. I will unveil it next.
I've got no interest in Barron. 855-839-1210. You guys can have them, and you can tweet me your hate. Oh, Nick, he's 18. He's a college kid. Let him alone. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Now the party is over. Are you left thinking, will the new year bring new opportunities? Or just the same old questions? Familiar patterns? Missed opportunities? At California Psychics, we can help you start the new year with your sights firmly on new horizons. Whatever your goals and unique life situation, our psychics will surprise you with their ability to offer unique insight that'll help you move forward. We only connect you with the very best. It's why 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. And why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. A new you awaits. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
Call me the breeze.
Yeah, the breeze. It is blowing down the road. It's blowing down Market Street probably right now to the tune of 10 degrees Fahrenheit as we continue on a frigid Tuesday. Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, Greg Stocker. You can jump in as we continue with the cut sheet, 855-839-1210. Under an hour until we hear from and see Kamala Harris. We haven't chatted with her since the fake debate.
No, I believe we have.
Oh, that's right. One day, it was after the election.
It was right after the election we did.
That's
yeah.
true.
So we would like to give her, she was hungover yesterday.
Well.
So, she's like, can I join you on Tuesday?
Yeah, we said.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. As we continue with the cut sheet, because you've got 37,000 clips.
I got. We'll get back to Barron Trump in a minute. I just want to keep going here with some of the Trump executive orders. He was asked last night about tariffs. This is cut 28, Phil. He's talking about putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Cut 28, roll it.
Mr. President,
It's bad precedent, obviously.
where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir?
Sir, on each.
On each, yes.
This is
You know, you read and watch and listen so many people comment on the concept of tariffs. And then I think there's another clip floating around out there where, you know, he didn't really walk back the element or the notion of the tariffs and the percentages, but he did. It almost seemed like he was using it as a way to, you know, strong arm these other countries to get what they want, almost as a negotiating ploy, which I think a lot of people would be totally fine with. But then you have some of the economists out there that they talk about too many tariffs and for too long and how it, you know, adversely affects what you're intending to do. So we'll see how it plays out. But the main thing to me is with the whole fentanyl thing, if that can prevent the flow of fentanyl into this country and killing innocent people, I am all for that.
He started signing executive orders yesterday, I believe, at one of the rallies or something like that he was at, because he was on stage when he was doing it, of course. So let's go through a couple of those. I know you went through a couple of those this morning, or earlier this morning. Let's start here with cut 31, Phil, where he says that he signs a requirement that all federal workers return to the office. I can't believe we need an executive order on this, but roll it.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
Yeah! Yeah.
Harry, get your fat ass out of the couch. You're going to vote for Trump today, Harry.
Harry, get your fat ass off of the couch. You're not voting for Trump. You already did that. Get your you-know-what back to work. You know, COVID created this concept. Bosses continued to allow it to happen, and employees took advantage of it. You sent us a story last week, Stalker, that we never got to, but I believe it was something of the headline being congressional staffers now advocating for 32-hour work weeks.
Yep.
No. So you're going to work 5 days a week. You're going to work 40 hours a week. And I get it. There are some professions, and we've talked about this a lot. There are some professions where, like, you're a salesperson, you're not supposed to be in the office. If you're at your desk, you're in the office, you're probably not doing a good job in hitting your quota. So I get all of that. But there are so many people that abuse the system. And when we talk about the federal government, it's our money that funds this. This isn't like, you know, Odyssey allowing people or another private company or a public company. But when you talk about the government, I want my money to go to the umpteenth degree. So that means get back to work, because I gave the number earlier in the show. There's like 95% of federal buildings that we are funding as taxpayers that they are paying monthly lease payments
that
on
are empty,
that are just collecting dust.
Look, I don't know if we need an executive order on this. I feel like if a company, now the government's a different thing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like if you're getting your job done, I don't care where you work from. Like, what does it matter? You know what I mean? Like we're in the age of technology. You talk about TikTok, we talk about all this stuff. Yet we're still in the antiquated thought system that we need to, you know,
come into the workplace.
Everybody needs to be there from 8 to 5 or 9 to 6 or, you know, whatever it is. It's just it doesn't. You know, things change, and if you can if you're good at what you do and you can get it done from your couch, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so let's put that to the test here. My wife and I will be getting our home this summer. It'll be about 5 minutes further in all likelihood, maybe 5 to 10 minutes longer of a drive. Am I able to, in the day of technology, Stalker, can I start doing the Monday and Friday Kayal and Company from my basement?
I mean, yes.
I mean,
I have
look.
I run and take the quick potty break, and I come back to like.
Yes. Look, I have
Kayal and Company from their kitchen
What?
tables.
I have an afternoon guy who does the show from his studio at home a lot of times. It doesn't matter. Like if you produce results, I don't care where you do the show from.
No,
I just like it. Yeah. Look. Any show I'm involved in, like personally on, I want everybody here because
I
I
actually
think
like coming in.
I think we work better together like this. So that's my only thing is that I would prefer. Now, look, if either of you said to me, hey, because of this situation, I need to do this, we would discuss it. But I like being here. I like the three of us being together. It just makes for a better radio show.
I hated doing radio from my basement in 2015.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks.
I really felt so detached from society.
Yeah.
I think I've said this story in the past before. When I did satellite 10 years ago for a brief period, I sent my wife a picture message of me at the top of the steps going down to the basement. And I said, traffic is pretty clear today. Schuylkill's wide open. I should be there any moment. And then after 10 days, I'm like, I kind of miss the Schuylkill.
Yes. Yeah.
I really do.
Let's talk about the executive order he signed that federal government to restore and protect free speech. This is cut 32. Roll it.
This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
He couldn't sign it fast enough.
The ultimate showman. He loves doing this on stage with people applauding him, with a guy saying, "Sir, this is the next thing you need to sign."
Yep.
Just like The Apprentice.
He just handed over the menu. Now he's looking at the wine menu. Hand me the next black briefcase here. What do we have in this box? All right, I'll sign that. And, the ultimate thing is, with all of the, as Jake Tapper says, the tech bros lining up. Remember, Trump was so you talk about being in a dire straits to sign that piece of paper right there. He was deplatformed from damn near everything 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
I mean, he was off of everything, which led to the creation of Truth Social.
Let's just keep going down the line here, Phil. Go to cut 33.
Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
I mentioned this in the Big Take, and also at 6:30, you talk about his national energy emergency that he declared. You might as well just lump that in there, the cost of living crisis, because once energy prices, hopefully come down, you will see it, in every facet of your life, that the gas pump, heating, cooling, groceries, you name it. But, I mean, and that's the thing, I think, ultimately, at the end of the day, that's why Trump won the election and Biden lost. And there's obviously a ton of reasons, but nothing bigger than when they tried to tell us, well, the stock market hits record highs. The economy is, but you know what? If you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. And when you're paying 22% more for this, 31% more for that, air travel, daycare, groceries, going to cost you.
All right, 34, go.
Lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
We call that the American Jack Executive Act. That's what I've dubbed it.
Let's see here. What should I do?
By the way, do you think he was getting writer's cramp at some point? I would have just had a rubber stamp out.
I think he never tires of signing his name, to be honest with you.
And I think he never tires of, in fact, just being in the public eye. You saw pictures throughout the day of, people like kind of, taking a relaxing moment, or if they had kids with them, falling asleep. They went all day through it was nonstop throughout the day. And to your point, he never indicated that he was tired.
No, well, why would he be? He's got the Diet Coke button back at his desk. You start to get a little sluggish, kaboom.
We talked a lot this morning about the last-minute pardons that Joe Biden did for his family. CNN's John King said this yesterday about that. This is cut 13, Phil. I know you have a lot here, buddy. You're doing a great job. Cut 13, go.
It's just unseemly. If you're going to do it, have the courage to do it in the light of day and explain it to the American people. It's a stain on his legacy to do it like that.
Wow.
Wow.
John King from downtown.
John King hasn't taken a shot like that since divorce court with Dana Bash. Wow.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was, and Dawn, you said it earlier in the show, this was minutes before the official inauguration at noon, correct?
Yes, so he had to do it before the signing in, right? Because it's the last seconds of the Biden presidency.
Mm-hmm.
But then you heard Trump in that earlier clip that Greg played. So Trump and the Trump people, they didn't even know about it. They weren't notified until, I'm trying to look at the timeline, but they weren't notified until maybe 1 or 2 o'clock-ish.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Here's a little montage put together by our friends at Gravian, I think, or maybe Washington Free Beacon, I'm not sure. In 2020, the mainstream media, I give John King credit for that, but in 2020, the mainstream media was they hated the pardons. They hated the pardons, the preemptive pardons.
Mm-hmm.
They were all over it. I'm guessing their mom, aside from John King now, roll just a little bit of this, Phil, if you will.
Have you ever heard of somebody getting a preemptive pardon who
No.
is innocent of all crime? Who's just an innocent person? Have you ever heard of that? Just somebody getting a blanket pardon and they're an innocent person?
But no, it's the president's own family. It's people that have been covering up for the president in addition to his own family.
Is there an innocent explanation for
remember
someone
him.
to seek preemptive pardons for family members? Would you do that if you knew you were innocent and just
Look at the
worried about
glasses.
outside forces?
The answer to that is going to be no. If you haven't done anything wrong, you sit there and go, what do you need a preemptive pardon for?
If he pardons people preemptively, he's essentially telling the public that these people have committed crimes. And we may not be aware of what they are, but the pardon is clear evidence that crimes have been committed.
Got it?
Imagine if
Yep.
he decides to issue
Oh, there's the COVID
preemptive
tracker.
pardon,
Oh,
it
I
would be
missed
passed in
that.
a way that he's protecting his family and protecting their reputations from, villainous exterior forces that are against him.
First off, we should just take a deep breath and acknowledge the audacity of a president who's so clearly concerned about his own criminal culpability and that of his family members that pardons are a major obsession with him.
The idea of a kind of prospective pardon, this sort of permanent federal get-out-of-jail-free card, that seems to be what we're talking about in the case of this, right, with Giuliani and his 3 eldest children who, as far as we know, have not been convicted of a crime. Maybe they've committed a lot. And they don't want to face action. I don't know. It's weird. I wouldn't ask for a pardon. I don't think I deserve one because I don't think I've done anything criminal. But where does that come from? That concept that you can just kind of wave your magic pardon wand.
We have to.
There you go. Just a little bit of that.
Doesn't age well, does it?
No.
Oh, my Lord.
No, and I think the real big takeaway from this.
That's why people hate the media. It's just the worst.
But in this day and age of social media and the internet, I know the internet's not a new concept, but with sites out there that keep receipts, this is why the mainstream media is being exposed and dying.
Look, I'm going to say something that I'm sure a lot of people are going to disagree with. I agree with everything those people were saying in that clip.
Okay.
But just be consistent. Do it now, too.
That's fine. Fine. If we're going to live in a world where nobody's above the law, which is what we always have jammed down our gullets at every turn, then give me consistency across the board, or, let's just not allow any of these people to get away with what they get away with. I mean, you can't preach from the soapbox and then be totally quiet the next day when your guy or your gal does it.
New Jersey Senator Cory Booker struggled to justify Biden pardoning his family. He tried. He tried very hard. He was on with Kayal Collins last night. This has got 38. Phil, go. Oh, that's me.
Can I ask you, because on that point, I want to get you to respond to this, because what I'm already hearing from people who work for Trump and are his allies is that there's really no leg for the Democrats don't have a leg to stand on because President Biden leaving today, issued a raft of pardons, including for his own family members and his sister and his brothers and their spouses, and then also for an activist, an elderly activist who is convicted of killing 2 FBI agents. Chris Wray did not even want him to commute that sentence that President Biden did today. They say that doesn't give Democrats an argument here to criticize these pardons. What is your response to that?
I mean, I think that's the mistake we're seeing now, is people trying to reduce this to tribalism. This is not about Democrat or Republican. Joe Biden pardoned a lot of people. Yeah, he should answer for that and explain what he did and his reasoning. But the people he pardoned, his family members, did not, before the naked public eye, beat police officers, try to overthrow our government, lead to the death of police officers, and have injuries, scars, both visible and invisible, on police officers that are still affecting their lives today. This is not about left or right in our country. We can't just say this is a tit for tat, or their side did it so my side can do it. No, this is about the values and principles that we should all be looking to uphold, the institutions of our government themselves.
See, he tries to.
Yeah. No, this is about Hunter Biden traveling the globe, using the Biden last name in multiple settings to make millions upon millions of dollars and be on certain boards and intimidate prosecutors like Shokin. And then James Biden comes along and other Biden family members, and they're getting checks for $40,000 and $10,000. Yeah, of course. It's tribalism now.
Speaking of tit for tat, Fox News Sunday. I wanted to get to this.
I couldn't believe this was real.
I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we had a lot going on.
I love this.
They talked to Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick. You have to get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this. I obviously understand. If you cannot, Nick can do the best job he can describing it. Now, let me give you the parameters here, my friend.
Am I allowed to say what's on the screen?
No.
Okay.
No, because the FCC will yell at us.
Okay. And by the way, it's unacceptable if you can't get over to YouTube. I'm actually going to sign an executive order. This, to me, if you enjoy the sophomoric humor of this program, this is a must-see.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, where, by the way, you can hit the like and subscribe button. It's all free. Please do it. You can't spell it either, Nick Kayal. So do the best job you can. Maybe Dawn can help you out, too, describing what you see here on the screen. Roll it. Cut 1, Phil. Sorry.
Here we go.
Yeah, just cut 1.
Fox Sunday.
That was my fault.
Cut 1, Fox
Headline
Sunday.
This morning about TikTok going dark. There are millions of people very upset, distraught about this across the country, but there are many people, including the bipartisan group of lawmakers who passed this, who said there is a real national
All right, freeze.
Fox News Sunday with Shannon Bream, exclusive. To your left is Dave McCormick.
Yeah.
To your right, with a massive coffee mug and a laptop, Shannon Bream. And right above, exclusive, with the white backdrop and the blue lettering, it's supposed to say TikTok shuts down in the U.S., but it does not say TikTok. It says, actually, you know what?
TITKOK.
No,
I just said you can't spell it.
Oh, I can't spell it?
No, I just had to dump you.
Oh, my God.
Sorry.
You can't spell it. Okay.
You can't spell
it?
it?
Well, here, no.
Well, even if you have one?
Yeah.
Or two?
Yes. No,
Okay.
yes.
Or 3.
The FCC
or
tells...
small, or big.
I think there should be an executive order.
No,
if you have
Phil, put it back up.
two of those, you get to say it.
You don't have to
freeze it. All right. So I will actually, since we can't actually read it or say it or spell it or anything like that, I'm going to put my detective hat on here. I did not know this because she's a Democrat, but apparently Sherelle Parker works for Fox News. Because as we have established on the show, Sherelle Parker and many others cannot spell Eagles, which is spelled E-A-G-L-E-S, not this.
E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
Which was the fan at a bar about a year ago around this time on Fox 29, which went viral for spelling Eagles, E-L-G-S-E-L-S. And then Sherelle Parker yesterday. Do we have Sherelle Parker, or would that be like too hard to pull up? If so, I don't need to go to it.
Let me hear you all say E-L-G-S-E-S, Eagles!
So
Let's go, Birds!
Yes, and Sherelle, in the world of expensive economies and side hustles, she's the new graphics designer for Fox and Friends on Sunday.
It would be the T word for boob, and it would be the C word, but spelled with a K for a male member.
Yes.
That's the easiest way to say it. Instead of TikTok.
And if we didn't live in this absurd world, we'd be able to say it.
It's really, they spelled TikTok correctly, except they go T-I blank.
Well, that's like the Progressive commercial where the fans are lined up with their chest painted West Virginia and it's spelled stew. It's like, no, you got the S and the T wrong. It's not the right order.
Somebody said on the YouTube chat, please grow up. I'm like, yeah. But if you're not laughing at this, snickering at this, you have no sense anymore.
I mean, it's funny.
It is. It's hysterical. Do you think whoever writes the Chiron did that on purpose?
Yes.
No.
No.
I
And they
would.
got in big trouble.
No,
that's embarrassing.
I would do that as an intern and get whacked.
And I also think Shannon Bream, who's a very straight-laced Christian, was very upset about it.
The CBS host during the inauguration yesterday complained that, we'll let Gayle King explain. This is cut 6, Phil, if you will. Cut 6. I know I'm all over the place here.
Guys, I have to say, I'm looking at this crowd. I do not see many people of color. Does anybody else besides me observe that?
Freeze it, 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 freeze, 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 freeze. Like the temperature outside.
It's hard. It's hard for him to do it.
I know.
That quickly, dude.
Here we go. So let's in CBS. Let's follow along. Let's count the people of color. If you're watching on YouTube, in the front right, I have an African American man, black jacket, red tie, maybe a red vest underneath, and then I have on that same side, behind somebody that looks like they're wearing like a graduation cap, a black man who kind of resembles Morgan Freeman, the gray beard, the gray hair. Over to the left, I've got, who's that? I think that's Cory Booker. In the back left here in the corner, another lady with very curly hair. I mean, who actually, on any aspect of their life, when they arrive in front of the masses, whether it's a performance on Broadway, it's an Applebee's on a Tuesday night, it's in a conference room at work, do you count out the races, religions, or genders? I don't know a single human being that does that. This is CBS?
CBS.
I would have figured that would have been like an MSNBC nighttime Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid slop fest. CBS in the daytime.
Since I have everybody over here on the YouTube chat or on the YouTube video because of they wanted to see our sophomoric Chiron misspelling, let's also look at Mark Zuckerberg, who was had to take a peek at Linda Sanchez, who's Jeff Bezos' wife. Well, she had on. Let me ask you this, Dawn, before because it's just a video or it's just a still shot.
And her name's what? Lauren Sanchez, right?
Linda or Lauren?
The TikToks are fake.
Well, she has a white. Put it up there, Phil. It's just a screen grab. So she has a white blouse on, but like a bra underneath it.
It looks like, to me,
lingerie.
It looks like a beautiful white blazer, but it looks like underneath the blazer, it looks not even like it's not even a bustier. It looks like a regular bra. To your point, you know what I mean. Some people
Zuckerberg.
I know.
Do we have the
Look
video?
at all these men looking.
The video
It's
is
like,
amazing.
guys, you know, for $12,000, you could, or 15 or whatever she paid, you could have those too. You could look at your own.
This is not deep
Zuckerberg.
fake or cheap fake. This is, I mean, Zuckerberg was straight up trying to, you know.
Oh yeah, not just him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's ask the question: who's more inappropriate?
Is that Jeffries? Who's
who's I don't know the guy.
I
behind it.
can't see because it's blurry.
He's like, damn, that's what you get at Amazon?
Basically, all the men in the thing are, and there's even a guy, and I can't see who it is, that's behind a bald guy to her left. They're all
Bezos.
looking.
Yeah. Tom Walsh brings up a good point. If you notice the guy behind her, it's a man of color.
Oh,
good
okay.
point.
So CBS probably didn't note that.
But all right, look, you know, she's a little inappropriate to wear at the inauguration.
Well, I was going to ask, can we do a YouTube poll? More inappropriate attire: John Fetterman in hoodie and shorts, or Lauren Sanchez showing off?
So for those people that didn't see it or hear it when we discussed it earlier, Phil, do you have Fetterman? You have Fetterman from earlier. That was I don't remember what cut that was. It's cut 11. It's cut 11 if you have it.
Wearing the hoodie, the Carhartt. Which, by the way, if you're Carhartt,
there he goes.
Looks like he just came out of a Planet Fitness.
Yeah. So, more inappropriate attire, John Fetterman or Linda Lauren Sanchez, whatever. Bezos is honey pie.
Yeah. By the way, could we put the side button, because we can maneuver all these boxes around.
I don't know if we can do
I would
that.
love to have the still shot of Lauren Sanchez on the right and then that TikTok headline on the left from Shannon Bream.
Stop. I see what you did there.
The bummer is, so we're so grateful to Jim Worthington for for, even though he wasn't there, he was actually on the dais. He was there for the big inaugural, huge Trump supporter, while we were at his Newton Athletic Club. But Dom Giordano said yesterday that that Mr. Worthington's wife, he couldn't bring his wife or a family member. And so to me, I just think,
all the tech guys brought their
come on already. It's not even, and this is a wedding thing, because we've had these debates at weddings in our family.
Yep.
Lauren Sanchez is his fiance, not his wife.
Oh, sorry.
Elon Musk, did he have a date? Because he's not married.
I don't know. He's got 30 kids from 17 moms.
But the women that they're bringing are not baby mamas, and they're not their wife. So I'm just saying, I think Jim Worthington should be able to bring his, his wife.
The poll,
instead of this.
The poll right now is up on YouTube. More inappropriate, John Fetterman or Lauren Sanchez. John Fetterman running away with it right now. So if you want to go there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT to his outfit was more inappropriate than.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
Wait, are you giving me the gender breakdown of the vote?
No, I just know. I just know what the votes.
Because all the guys are going to go, whoa, look at those.
Yeah.
And by the way, too, everybody wants to have their eyes and their tongue fall out of their head because they see Lauren Sanchez. But when you're a tech guy like a Bezos and you got all that money, Lauren Sanchez, Friday night Conchi.
By the way, another unpopular opinion. I don't care. I despise that the Zuckerbergs, the Bezos, those creeps were behind Trump I despise that. It's like F all of you. Stop stop with the kissing the ring now. It's gross and disgusting. Hulk Hogan.
Oh my gosh. This is the best.
So he was on with Jesse Waters last night.
No, he's really killing the Hogan thing. He's had him on 4 times.
Yeah, but this is hysterical.
In Washington, D.C., he discussed John Fetterman. And, because there's big discussions right now on if John Fetterman is going to switch parties or not. He said he's not. No, nobody thinks he's going to switch parties.
No shot.
This is what Hulk Hogan said about John Fetterman switching parties.
Block in America's future, man. I can't believe it.
We're actually hearing rumors, and I think you like this Democrat. Fetterman might actually switch parties, we're hearing. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's something that's been kicked around a little bit today.
Well, if Fetterman doesn't switch parties, I know some place called the WWE that he could be great at, brother, just as long as he keeps that hoodie on.
All right, this is where it happened. Hogan, Fetterman in the ring. Cage match?
Well, all I would say, brother, is what you gonna do when Hulk Hogan, Jesse Waters, Donald Trump, and all of America run wild on you?
Love you, Hulk, man.
It's like me and Gene Okerlund all over again with the Hulkster.
We gotta go. Hulkamania's running wild, baby.
Ragged, brother.
By the way, Steve emails me, and he said the reason that the wives of the tech people were there is that they made $1 million donation to the inauguration, and that came with, I think, 5 tickets.
My point is, she's not a wife.
But if it comes with 5 tickets, you can give it to whoever you want.
You can choose whoever you want.
Right? Doesn't necessarily have to be your wife or maybe your side piece.
No, I'm done with Hogan. I'm out on Hogan now. I've had my Hogan fill. I had him at the RNC. I had him at Postal right before the election.
Yeah.
I've had him 5 times now in 12 weeks.
Yeah.
It's like Homan. Just let's go.
All right. I'm going to do this now. I said at 6:07 this morning. I'm going to continue to say it. Dawn agrees with me. The shining star of the Trump campaign, I believe.
You guys
let me just say this: the Trump campaign. I think that he has a that he did a big part in winning Trump the election.
Well, that's true with his buddy. Who's the other whiz kid?
But he's the one who told him to go on all of these podcasts.
Yeah, but there's the other guy. What's his little buddy? They have sleepovers together.
I don't know.
What the hell's his name? What's Barron's little buddy? The social media dude.
Adam?
No. You sent him a Christmas card a couple weeks ago. What's his name?
Bo?
Bo Loudon.
Bo Loudon.
Yes.
There you go.
There's no doubt that Bo Loudon and Barron Trump, with the TikTok and the podcasts, they were absolutely factors in the Gen Z vote, for sure.
This is the reception that Barron got yesterday. I'm telling you, he's gonna be. He's move over Eric, move over Don Jr., move over Ivanka. Ivanka's already moved over. Like that. This guy will be a major player in the upcoming administration. I'm telling you.
You're missing a Trump. You're missing a Trump. And I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you who's the bigger star. I'll wait till the clip.
All right, roll it.
Tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him?
There he is.
That's the wave.
He does the fight.
Yep.
With the fist.
Yep.
The best is he does. Watch this. Watch this. Watch the ear move. Watch the ear move. Look. Oh. He did the ear cup, the Hogan.
Yeah.
To keep chanting his name. I love it.
Knock yourself out. You can have
Look
him.
at Trump is thrilled. Look at Trump's face.
Yeah.
And then look at Melania's
Thank
face.
you.
It's amazing. Trump's like, oh my God.
Trump is like, he's very
He
popular.
knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did.
Yeah.
I did a bunch of dudes.
He doesn't really smile very. He sits there like, that's right, I'm the king, I told him.
It's amazing.
He gives off.
Another famous one. How about Kai?
So Kai Trump is the bigger star. Now you're going to say, no, she's a minor. No, that's Don Jr.'s son. It's not Donald Trump's son. You can't be a star if you don't want to be a star. If you're reluctant to embrace it, you won't be it. I don't get, and by the way, Barron Trump is 18, so he's totally not off of limits. We could talk about him. I don't think he really wants to be a star. He gives off, to me, royal family, stiff as a board vibes. You saw that very stoic face. And
that's how he was raised.
Yeah, that's fine.
To be by his mom.
Yeah.
Like his mom is like,
here comes the dog.
very
Dawn's going to defend him. Kai Trump, to me, is big on social media. Her YouTube golf channel is big. My rule of thumb with all of them is if they meddle in politics, it's fair game. If they're adults, it's fair game. If they're minors, leave it go. If they typically stay away from the politics, then you really shouldn't even bring them up at all anyway. But I don't really get the feeling that Barron wants to be celebrity, reality TV, president, politics. Maybe he wants to be in, the golf course designing business. Maybe he wants to own property. Maybe he wants to be like his dad from a business standpoint.
Road Warrior.
I don't think he's jumping at the bit to be a social media viral sensation. I really don't.
Road Warrior says, and just like that, Don, Eric, and Laura all became Tiffany.
Stop. And poof, they were gone.
I'm telling you.
Here's the thing.
Barron's the man.
Yeah, Barron's the man. Think about that moment, and this went viral as well. When, first of all, Barron has a commanding presence.
Think of what he can do, Nick. At the age of 18. Oh, my God. He's just...
He turned to Joe Biden.
Slaying it.
Shook his hand. Stop.
Oh, he's definitely going to.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, come on, man.
He's not going to be, struggling in that.
No. Man. Just...
But he
beating it off with a stick.
He's 6'7", by the way. But he turned and shook hands with Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And
and
remember that?
People are wondering what he said to him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know what he said.
Because Joe Biden looked. Do we have that video? That's a good pull by you. Somebody sent us that earlier, and there is this weird exchange between Barron and Joe Biden, and Joe Biden looks kind of like What did he just say to me?
Well, Joe didn't know who it was.
Oh, he knew who it was. But he turned that one. That definitely went viral.
There's a community note on this, by the way. It says this poses a joke that might be misinterpreted as a fact, therefore context is needed. Yeah. In another angle, it shows that he was greeting Kamala and not directly talking to Biden. No. So it was a deep fake.
Okay.
So there you go.
But they did shake hands.
They did. Yeah.
I've got to be honest. Has Barron ever given an interview publicly? I don't know that I've ever even heard him speak, to be completely honest.
That's a great question. I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
The only time we heard him, and I think at some point we played this, but it was when Trump was introing people, and you hear a little bit from Barron, but not much.
And to Melania's credit, kudos to her for keeping him out of the limelight, guarded, the whole bit. It's her boy.
Just behind the scenes. By the way, EKZ says, Barron said, rest in peace.
Nice.
All right. I mean, he's 6'7", man.
Yeah.
Jesus, mighty.
But he does have a commanding presence, and he has a way about him. And the way he does when he did the ear thing, it was he stole he stole a moment from his father.
Yep.
Not many people can pull that off.
That's true. That's true.
2 more, and then we really need to break.
So he's 6'7", huh?
Yeah, 6'7".
Yeah, he could be in the WWE.
Hey, he's as tall as Borowski.
So there was talk yesterday about Melania's hat. Dawn, what did you think of the hat?
I think that her outfit in general, where she's
the hat looked like the Hamburglar a little bit.
No, I mean, no, it's I looked up all the fashion stuff, but no, throughout the evening, because you plan, so she had this militaristic look.
Yeah.
And I think that's very different from the Jackie O comparisons of the powder blue outfit during the 2016 inaugural. And so I think this was hey, we're back. We're all business. It was an all business look. I also feel that it was interesting to me that the hat helped her hide her eyes. And I'm not sure
Some are saying it looked like the Hamburglar or the Pizza Hut right there.
She looked amazing.
Trump made a joke about it, by the way. Roll it.
And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because she's been a great first lady, a beautiful and a great first lady. And they love our first lady.
The Daily Beast has an article from the fashion designer that designed the hat. If anybody has a Daily Beast account, you can read it. It's behind a paywall. There's quotes as to what the look she was trying to achieve was. But I'm not paying to read it.
It was, I mean, everybody reported that the coat was Adam Lips, a New York-based designer, and then the hat was Eric Javits.
Got it. By the way,
she paired them. Yeah. She had the black leather gloves, the blue suede pumps. But remember, she also was at church. She and Ivanka both wore hats, which is traditional. And I think that Melania, especially, is somebody who's a traditionalist. But I also think that she wanted to show this almost militaristic, like, in business, we're all business, we're professional, we're here to work. But then when you look at the evening gown that she wore, I mean, just an incredible contrast.
By the way, guys, Nick, Dawn, with over 170 votes cast, more appropriate, the John Fetterman attire or the Lauren Sanchez attire? John Fetterman's 78%. So
more appropriate.
Yes.
That he's more appropriate.
I'm stunned.
No. I'm sorry. More inappropriate. More inappropriate.
Oh, okay.
So John Fetterman was more inappropriate than Lauren Sanchez with her giant boobs and her bra sticking out. Right.
Yeah, that was it. It was kind of I don't know what if it was a bustier.
Yeah.
But it just looked. It really did look like a bra. It was kind of strange.
Yeah, no complaints from me.
That's just it. I want to see the gender breakdown of the voters.
You want to look at the crosstabs.
Maybe maybe more women can hop on YouTube. You do like Facebook.com/@1210WPHT and vote and try and even this out a little bit. We have to break, guys.
All right. 855-839-1210. A big three on the other side. Esty Palti, a.k.a. you know her better as faux Kamala Harris, in exactly 15 minutes. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If the cold weather has you thinking it's finally time to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then there's no better time than now to make your home more energy efficient while taking advantage of Guida's big winter sales event. My good friends at Guida Door and Window are extending their big winter sale through the month of January by offering 40% off every window and door you buy. That's right, 40% off every expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass. And if you're in need of a new door, you'll get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. The offer is for a limited time only, so act quickly. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Score the winning touchdown at Borgata during the Big Screen Blitz. Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners to get an 85-inch Samsung Smart TV, valued at $1,100. Drawings every Saturday now through January 25th. Score big during the Big Screen Blitz. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Revamp your living space with Emmons Remodeling.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts bring creativity and expertise to every project, ensuring stunning results for you and your family.
From new layouts to upgraded finishes, at Emmons Remodeling, we do it all.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
.921, Kayal and Company, and man, the social media comments are fantastic today. Just got to read a few of these before we get to the big three. An exile in Jersey says, I'm on my way to West Virginia, made my first stop at a Sheetz west of York, took care of business, and didn't buy anything. Yeah,
he's an animal.
Friggin' animal. Thank you, Exile.
You
in
don't
Jersey.
do that, man. Come on. What are you doing?
Yeah. Marcus Aurelius, he's on fire. He says boobs are why Zuckerberg created Facebook in the first place.
True. True. It's a good point.
Also, Marcus says Greg has a major hard-on for Barron. Take a shower, dude.
I mean, come on, man.
You know, the first Trump you ever you get excited about. Not Laura, not Melania, but Barron.
I'm telling you that, yeah, when do I get excited about anything? I'm not, look, I don't care one way or another, but I'm just saying that the dude is going to be a shining star in the upcoming administration.
Mar Philly 99 says, I totally agree with you, Nick, about Barron. I don't think he is or will be a star. We haven't even heard him talk. He has no charisma, in my opinion, and seems to have the same deadpan look as his mother.
You know nothing.
Mar 2000, Dawn said, go.
Half of the mystique around him is that we haven't heard him talk. So he's like Bond.
He's the international man of mystery, like Austin Powers. Yeah. All right, 9:23. Let's get caught up in the news before we get caught up on what Kamala might have consumed over the last couple of weeks. Time for a Dawn Stencil at Big 3 at 9:23.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9 this morning, and we do have breaking news as it's the swearing-in. Actually, the swearing-in ceremony just happened seconds ago with Marco Rubio is officially now the Secretary of State. So he's the first cabinet member to be, obviously, they voted him in unanimously, as we reported earlier, but that swearing-in ceremony by the Vice President of the United States of America, J.D. Vance, and Rubio there with his wife, his family, and a very proud moment for him.
99-0, right? That concerns me.
Oh, stop.
A little worried about that.
So he did not vote for himself.
Oh.
Because you can.
You can? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. You can, but most people don't.
All right, well, he gets a point for that. I give him credit for that.
Let's give him.
All right, yeah.
Give him credit for that.
Yeah.
Number 2, Jimmy Kelly, in our group chat, I don't know if you guys saw this, news of an Eagles cheerleader and her vow. Did you see this?
What?
Did she misspell Eagles too?
She did not misspell anything. However, we have a Philadelphia. The breaking news of this morning, allegedly, is that a Philadelphia Eagles cheerleader has stunned the NFL by declaring she would go nude if the Eagles beat the LA Rams, sending fans into a frenzy.
Wait, what?
Where at? And how do I watch?
Look at how, boy, that just woke them up.
Well, you go from Marco Rubio to a naked Eagles cheerleader. I mean, natural reaction.
So I guess, I don't know was this a bet? I don't know.
Wow.
But I guess everybody's looking now for the Philadelphia Eagles cheerleader.
Well,
I don't know.
Look, if it happens on Sunday against the Commanders and you're stuck on the radio and you're only able to get the feed courtesy of 94.1 WIP, you might hear something like this.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. So I don't have the picture for you. Not that we could show it anyway, but I just figured I would.
It can't be bad.
I would mention it for you. And, locally as city council and city hall, they are announcing plans of a flurry of meetings, if you will, as they're all talking about the executive orders. And as far as we are a sanctuary city, technically, in the city of Philadelphia. So what does that look like in contrast to a new president, a new day in America? They are planning all kinds of meetings to deal with, if you will, the new Trump administration and these executive orders that allow ICE to go in and take those, especially criminals who are illegals and not on a legal pathway.
Get ready for the theatrics.
Yeah.
As soon as it happens, the first time we get a crying mom, a crying grandchild, somebody upset, a random citizen being a citizen journalist streaming it on their TikTok account, the mainstream media is going to jump all over it. Inhumane, I tell you. Necessary. How about that?
That's our big three.
There you go. Dawn Stenzel, big three at 9:27. Grab a couple of calls before we get to Kamala Harris. This is interesting. We've got one person that agrees with Greg, and then we've got a MAFA, Make America Fashionable Again call. We'll start with Wild Bill Hickok in West Grove. He agrees with Greg Stocker. Hello, Wild Bill.
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. And, you got the Wild Bill part right, really cool. If you saw the boy last night, he was standing alone, making the hand signs. He's like his father, man. He's not like the other two brothers. He's got a lot going for him, and I think he's got a lot of confidence.
I'm telling you, Nick, as somebody who loves wrestling, the WWE, as much as I do, and loves the entertainment value of that, he had that to a T yesterday with the thing at the ear, throwing up the signs. I mean, like he's
Yeah, but
that's all I'm saying.
I can't say that you're
politics aside. I don't care one way or another.
Yeah, but you got to be good on the mic. You got to be a good speaker, and I will give Don Jr. and Eric credit for that. They are great public speakers.
They're in their 40s. He's a teenager.
Oh, I know.
He's 18. And he has the gravitas. And you mentioned his cousin Kai. But, I mean, he has the gravitas to stand before a huge crowd on national television with 100 million people plus, whatever. And he just stands there and does the whole ear thing and has Eric. And, I mean, the Trump kids did not have that at that age.
Nope.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
Okay. Let's go to Nancy. She wants to talk Melania fashion. Nancy, hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi, Nancy.
I'm exhausted from just watching all that Trump did yesterday.
I'm exhausted talking about it.
Day one.
Everyone's heard of MAGA, and people have heard of MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. But I would like for Melania Trump and the Trump women to bring back MAFA, Make America Fashionable Again, because I'm sick and tired of watching people walk around in ripped, torn, shredded clothes like they're homeless bag ladies, and walk around with their underwear as their outerwear.
Yeah, I agree. And guys like Fetterman with Carhartt hoodies and Umbro shorts, right? I mean, a little respect for the office, correct?
totally disrespectful.
I agree. Look, and here's the thing. Keep in mind, Nancy, don't forget, when Fetterman was sworn in 2 years ago and he did the photo op with his wife, Giselle, and his kids, he had a suit on. So he has shown us that he will wear the suit on occasions. And I think yesterday was an occasion that the suit is warranted.
By the way, to Nancy, I pay top dollar for ripped jeans, by the way. You should see,
my daughter's doing the same thing.
You should see the amount of money I pay for ripped jeans.
Oh, I've never understood it.
Ivanka Trump, just in case you were wondering.
Oh, here we go.
In her Audrey Hepburn style gown, it was Givenchy.
Yeah, she's being replaced by Barron.
Givenchy, you don't say.
None of them are replaced. It's just that he's the baby. He's
the
new one. He's the teen.
Trump has favorites. There's no question in my mind he has favorites, as well he should, because every mother and father should have favorites.
Yeah. You shouldn't, but you do.
And Barron has overtaken Ivanka as the favorite. I mean, there's no question in my mind. Thank you.
Family power.
He helped him win. He helped him win an election. Ivanka sat there on her duff and did nothing.
Yeah.
It's true.
Thank you.
Not a fan of those who sit on their duff.
We have to break.
All right,
I see Kamala in the on-deck circle.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, yes, Kamala Harris. Will she join Kayal and Company next?
Yeah.
Stay there.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I could buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
It is a Tuesday morning as we are fast moving, all sorts of big stories to react to after Trump's inauguration day. Day one, cut sheet has been absolutely glorious, but all of that takes a back seat to Kamala Harris, who we might not hear or see anytime soon. And she's actually just polishing off, presumably, a cocktail.
Look
as she is with us here.
It was chugging.
Wow. Madam Vice President, or former Vice President, I should say. I got to ask you, I have been worried sick about you for the last 3 months. I know
I'm sure you have, Toe.
Yeah, I mean, Michelle is protecting her peace. Nancy and AOC didn't show up. At least you showed up yesterday. But, dear, how have you been processing things 10, 11 weeks later?
Toe, I'm going to tell you like this. They haven't been treating me very nice. Now, when I first lost the election, I came home, and you would think that, Donald Trump, he would, go easy on me. I came home, and I had this package from him. It's called Winners Aren't Losers. And yesterday, after the inauguration, I got Winners Still Aren't Losers. How do you think I'm doing, Toe?
Well, I would say thoughts and prayers, but I'm not sure that it's going to actually work for you right now, dear. But on a serious note, as you exit and you no longer have to work with the guy that, you and Nance and Chuck and Barack subverted democracy for, what are your real feelings towards Joe Biden and his wife, Jill Biden?
Let me tell you something. That bitch, all right?
Oh, man. Oh, no.
Jill is just out of control. I was there for that woman. She wanted nothing to do with Joseph, his daily diaper changes, his medication regimen. I did all of that. I wasn't his wife. And, Joe didn't pardon me. So clearly there are some feelings on both sides here. All right. I feel very burdened. I've been trying to unburden what has been for the past 4 years. And now, I'm starting to feel burdened. I had a whole plan, but, Gavin Newsom burned California down. I don't even know what I'm going to do. Dougie's looking at some places in New York. I might pull a Hillary, move there. But, Joe and Jill, they're just backstabbers. They're backstabbers. Even Fauci got pardoned.
Oh,
he created a whole genocide on the American public and the world.
Man.
What did I do that was so bad? I opened the border. Big whoop. But, Jill and Joe, I'm not a fan. We got into a little bit of a scuffle at Jimmy Carter's funeral.
Oh, yeah.
And, they can just die at this point.
Oh,
A bitter.
She's unplugged.
Kamala Harris today. Wow.
I'm not unplugged. It's 9 a.m. What did you think was going to happen?
The bottle.
Got a big crystal.
This is my decanter. That's why I went yesterday. They said I can't take any of the decanters out unless I go to the inauguration. So this was the trade-off. Everyone else, they got their priorities, but this is the good stuff.
Final one, because we certainly care about what your political future looks like. I know L.A. dealing with the wildfires, but Karen Bass, mayor of L.A., she's under fire. You mentioned Gavin. He burned the whole state down. Any political aspirations in your home state, perhaps in 2026 or 2028?
At this point, I I applied to be a meter maid and I got rejected. So everything is up in the air. I mean, nobody wants to work with me. I don't know why. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I can't recover that $20 million. But, if they just give me the opportunity, I will not go quietly into the night. So y'all will be seeing a lot more from me.
Okay.
Y'all will be seeing me. I clearly can't read the room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Kamala Harris, a.k.a. Esty. She is the best. I would encourage all of you, if you love the greatest Kamala Harris impression as well as some great political takes, follow her on X. She is at Mommy RN, as in registered nurse, Mommy RN88, and she is a hoot, and she does a lot of great stuff with Sean Farish. Thank you so much, Esty. Have a great day.
Thank you, guys.
You are welcome.
Love
There
you,
she
Esty.
is,
Thank you.
man.
Oh,
She
she's
pulled
the
out the
best.
bottle.
The
She had
best.
props. We're gonna have to compare her props to Sean Farish's props. He's got the glasses and the word salad fork.
Great conservative mom.
Yeah, there she goes. All right.
Should we do a couple more cuts
Yeah.
before we have to
Sure.
hand things over to Dawn?
Let's do it.
Let's do this, shall we?
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. So David Muir. So it was interesting to me during the inauguration because they brought in all the big guns, as we did here. All the big guns were doing it. Dawn did a fantastic job doing live coverage yesterday. In case you missed it, go back on the Odyssey app and listen to it. Just fantastic. It's not easy, right?
No.
Doing that is not easy, right?
No, because, it's funny because I always think of the debrief and I think maybe I should have just been your live reporter, just monitoring the coverage, even doing crowd stuff.
Yeah.
So that we're monitoring a live feed the whole time. We can, I guess we can Monday morning quarterback
We'll do that in
ourselves
4
forever.
years.
I know, right?
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to sell the remote.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully there's not a huge storm.
Yeah.
So all of the thank you for everybody coming out yesterday.
Yeah, thank you.
By the way, if you were there yesterday, or if you just want to see the fun and frivolity, all the pictures are on the Facebook page, facebook.com/@1210WPHT or 1210WPHT. I don't know. You can find it. Just make sure to like the page while you're there. It's also on our Instagram, 1210WPHT. Okay, so David Muir, ABC brought in David Muir to kind of do coverage, and his liberal side came out yesterday when he says that Trump doesn't really have a mandate to govern. This is cut 14, Phil.
I know it's a point, Mark Updegrove, that it's not lost on you either. So much is made about Donald Trump and the mandate, even though from a popular vote standpoint, it was a relatively close election. He won the Electoral College, no question. Mandate there, if you will. Does have the Congress, though very slim margins in the House and Senate. It'll still be quite a feat to get things passed, particularly when you're plucking members of the House to serve in your cabinet. Very slim margins there for the Speaker of the House. But as Terry points out, it's not just that the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, or are about to. It's the fact that the Supreme Court has given Donald Trump, whoever the next incoming president was, but now it's Donald Trump, significant power and protection now to do what they want.
There's so many things that make Trump 47 different from Trump 45, David, and that's one of them. The broader powers of immunity that he has based on the verdict in the Supreme Court. Plus, as you said earlier, he has the fealty of his party. The party had resisted Donald Trump in 2016.
That's the problem. Can I just say one thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem when you take dummy anchor puppet heads who don't know how to
Talk about
ad-lib
politics.
or talk, give them an open mic and let them talk.
Yeah.
The beauty about Dawn Stensland is that she's not that. She can commentate with the best of them,
Mm-hmm.
and these when they're not on script or teleprompter.
Oh, they're
excuse me,
terrible.
I'm getting all emotional when they're
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, they're terrible. Well, and here's the thing, too. With winning elections comes power. So when Joe was president, he could put Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court. When Trump was president, he could pack SCOTUS with conservative justices. When you win the House, you win the Senate, you have all the chambers, you have all the power. Like this is some evil thing that you swept and ran the table. No, not at all. And as far as, the ability to govern and get things accomplished, he's looking at it short term. It's not like this is, going to be the permanent way of whatever moving forward long term. If MAGA and Republicans and Trump-backed people don't deliver, they will be voted out in 2026 or 2028. So it's not like you can just put your feet up with this. He doesn't have a mandate. And by the way, I never want to hear that word again either. I am done with mandates. That was the previous administration.
All right, I got a break.
All right. We'll come back, find out what occurred today in music history. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? Very special guest coming up at 10:30 today.
Yeah.
And she will tell you about that coming up next. Stay right there.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything, right? For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has been building a reputation for transforming kitchens with such professionalism, precision, and care. From the custom cabinets to the countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions, Kitchen Magic, local company, and they get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. So get your free in-home consultation. Do this. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:50, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning as we are closing in on the start of the Dawn Show. We'll find out what is on tap coming up in just a few moments, as well as what occurred today in music history, courtesy of Phil Almquist. But before that, it's time for a Jimmy Kelly Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mr. President, welcome aboard, sir.
Hey, Danny. How are you?
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Changing plan, Danny. Let's go to Barbados.
Anything you want. You're the president.
I wish. Mr. President, Mr. Gibbs, where's my bunch?
Valet red light. They'll be here in 5 minutes.
Okay. Lois, you take the game?
Oh, it was a real squeaker, sir.
You guys don't brief me on it. I want to watch it. Yeah, could you put the game on now, please?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jack.
The Iraqis have mobilized 2 armored brigades towards...
Just got it. Give me 15 minutes to get the guys together.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, and Phil Almquist is not eligible for this prize, but I think he might like it. It's a pair of tickets to see Dirk Quinn Band's Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on the final day of January 31st.
Is there a reason we picked that today?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a Jimmy Kelly venture.
Jim, is there a reason
he
we
was
picked it
very
today?
excited for it, though.
No, what's the reason?
Because yesterday was the presidential inauguration. He wanted to watch the game, and it was all kind of tied in with that and the Eagles.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right, there you go. Jimmy Kelly, pair of tickets. Caller 12 if you can identify that movie. 855-839-1210. Without further ado, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, January 21st, we celebrate the birthdays of Chris Kilmore from Incubus, Rob Brill from Berlin, and Billy Ocean, who's now 75. Heavily birthday shout-outs to Richie Havens and DJ Wolfman Jack. We also lost John Sykes from Whitesnake, Thin Lizzy, and Blue Murder yesterday, as well as Lamar Williams from the Allman Brothers in 1983. Singles include Sweet Dreams Are Made of This by the Eurythmics in 83. Albums include 1916 by Motorhead in 91, Bon Jovi's debut in 84, Thunder in the East by Loudness in 85, so good, and Animals by Pink Floyd in 1977. Don't laugh, Greg, it was so good. Also in 68, Jimi Hendrix recorded his version of All Along the Watchtower. In 79, Lynyrd Skynyrd reunite for the first time since the plane crash in 77 that killed 3 band members. In 84, Odor of a Lonely Heart by Yes hits #1. In 2022, Elton John's Rocket Man is certified double platinum. In 2005, Journey gets a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 2004, the Metallica documentary Some Kind of Monster premiered at the Sundance Film Festival. And in 65, the Animals are forced to cancel a show at the Apollo Theater in New York after U.S. immigration officials forced the group to leave the country. But lastly, on this day in 82, B.B. King donated his entire collection of over 20,000 discs to Mississippi University's Center for the Study of Southern Culture. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist. By the way, coming tomorrow, a very special edition of Today in Music History, and I might just be handing out some awards to some of our YouTubers. That happens tomorrow.
He's teasing things now. He's giving out awards.
The Almquist Award.
Yeah, how about that? And by the way, speaking of the immigration official that you talked about there, forcing him to leave the country, it was not Alejandro Mayorkas.
No, it was not.
It was not, because we know he doesn't do that.
By the way, I gave him this, Today in Music History. He asked to do it. We did it, and he's just taken it and run with it.
Yeah.
And congratulations, dude. You've done a great job.
There you go. Nice work, Philip. All right, Dawn Show in exactly 6 minutes.
Let's get the winner first.
Oh, we do have one.
Winner,
Okay.
winner.
Let's go, Sarah in Westchester.
Sorry.
Did we get her?
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
Sarah, what movie did we just play?
Air Force One.
Air Force One. Congratulations. You've got the tickets for January 31st at the Zlock. Sound good?
Sounds great. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you. You enjoy it. And now we find out what Dawn has lined up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll go through it as far as what Trump did last night and the effect on all of us in the country with the executive orders, as well as the latest on that. Elise Stefanik, I know her confirmation hearings are about to begin. Expect some fireworks. So we'll have that live coverage for you. And really, we saw Trump talking yesterday. And we talked about this as well on Kayal and Company live from the Newtown Athletic Club. What an honor for all of us. But we talked about Trump putting God back in the appropriate place and having different ministers from all walks of life, all religions basically represented as faith back in the White House and that sort of thing. So one of those pastors who we heard pray so passionately, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, he's going to join me at 10:30.
Oh, is he the one that did the Martin Luther King stuff? Awesome.
So we'll talk about, it was Martin Luther King Day. This was an historic day to have a president inaugurated. And you think about all of that. You don't hear the media talking about that, do you? Because
no, of course not.
It was a great look. And it was just sincere, but we'll go through it with him, a great interview with him. But we have so much live and local. We'll take you through all of the latest and bring you the local angles on what this means for us, including the angle of TikTok. So you'll hear what Trump said about TikTok, but how that affects us in Philadelphia as well as Pennsylvania. And, of course, all the immigration. But you will hear from 2 Pennsylvania men, brothers, who are free from prison. You'll hear from them as well, as they were among the 1,500 plus who received their freedom papers, as Trump called them, hostages, no more J6ers. You'll hear from the brothers.
All right, the Dawn Show is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Tuesday. Don't forget tomorrow on Wednesday, Tony Bruno at 8:30, and I'm going to go home and play with my Trump bobblehead. As John Fetterman would say, in a sweatshirt and shorts.
Good night, everybody.
Man.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED.